Damn, that's a long intro. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to MDC. Greenrat, impromptu, 10:22 p.m. on a Saturday night. What you up to, buddy?
Thinking about catching some Z's here if we didn't get this damn show started.
Oh, no, you got to put a pot of coffee on. Pour it right now and sippity sip sip. It's time to get going. Listen, man. I'm sitting here enjoying a nice Oliva Series G cigar, and I got a couple of things on my mind. Got a little Caitlin Clark talk, a little, well, you know what? How about them Dallas Mavericks, bro? Huh? Not getting swept?
I did hear that they did win. I didn't hear by how much, but...
Well, now you got the Edmonton Oilers apparently putting that ass whooping on the Panthers, right? So it's
absolutely, just like I think I said last show that, Edmonton was going to win one, but, I don't watch hockey, so.
Yeah, me neither, but it's just funny how Dallas, beat the brakes off of the Celtics last night, and now you have the Oilers doing the same, and I'm just wondering, could we have a scenario with two sports at the same time being down 0-3? With the possibility of somebody making history. It could happen. Probably not, but the ingredients are there.
It's either that or the possibility of losing a lot of revenue if it doesn't add a few more games.
Yeah, I know. That was some of the talk last night from a couple of people I was mentioning to, which is, man, two sweeps, Stanley Cups, NBA Finals, two sweeps. I mean, that's not good for ad revenue. So I don't know. Like, my sister DM'd me and she's like, "Do you think this game was fucking set up this way? Because the Celtics are the best team and they just lost by 40 something." I'm like, no. What it is it's just adjustments, and it's also when you're up 3-0. You get comfortable. You think you're invincible, and you do let your guard down a little bit. And I think that's what happened. Now, I do also think that the Celtics need to be really careful, specifically talking about them. They got to be careful because if the Mavericks go in there and win tomorrow night, well, you have a dangerous situation where you got to go back to Dallas, and the Mavericks have momentum. They probably win that game, and now all the pressure is on you, Game 7 in Boston, not to be the first team in NBA history to lose a 3-0 lead, right?
Wouldn't make me... Let me see. Yep, I would love it. I fucking hate the Celtics. Always have.
I would love it too, dude. I would love it, man. So we got that going on. I watched a little WWE with the boys today, Clash of the Castle. I don't know if you saw that, but that's interesting. And then, of course, we got the Tua contract, too. So there's shit all across the sports spectrum that we can talk about. Let me ask you, Greenrat, where would you like to start?
Well, I did see some clip of them carrying out AJ Styles.
Really?
Yeah, they were helping him, so I don't know if he won, lost, or...
Oh, did you watch it or no?
No, I just happened to see that someone was showing something that he was getting helped out after a I Quit match or something.
Yeah. So quick backstory, I have a 9-year-old son and a 13-year-old son, and both of them are infatuated with wrestling. So, I mean, I remember, I'm 45 years old. I remember being a kid, You know, I grew up with Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior and Ricky Steamboat and, you know, all those old cats. But I haven't watched wrestling in over 20-something years, right? But then the boys started getting into it. So we watched WrestleMania a couple of months back, and ever since then, we're just watching all the pay-per-views. It's a good bonding moment, right? Well, we watched Clash of the Castle today in Scotland, and ironically enough, the I Quit match was Cody Rhodes versus AJ Styles, like you alluded to, but it was the first fucking match. It was the first one. Like, they didn't save it for the end. Now, I'm assuming they did that because Drew McIntyre is from Scotland, so they wanted to make that championship match against Damian Priest to be the headliner, but still opening up with the biggest name in your sport, that was interesting. But Cody Rhodes won. He retained the title, as we all expected. But I didn't see where AJ Styles got injured, like legitimately injured. So I don't know, maybe something happened that I didn't see.
Yeah, there was just a clip, I don't know if it was on Facebook or Twitter or something, of two officials helping him away from the ring. So,
well, now I will tell you, there was one moment where Damian Priest, he botched the move, and his leg got caught up in the ropes, and he was dangling. He hit his neck on the side of the ring, and he's dangling. And Drew McIntyre and the referee had to break character for a second and go help him out of the ropes. And his knee was like all fucked up during the match after that. But, you know, it's hard to tell if he was just like, because he botched the move, you know, he's pretending like his knee is hurt, or if he really did get injured and it was a legitimate injury. It's kind of hard to tell. But after the match, he had confirmed that his knee was pretty messed up. So he injured himself during that match. So that was crazy.
So who won the match?
Bro, I don't know what those fucking creative writers are doing over there in WWE now that Vince McMahon is gone. But I don't see how you can go to Scotland, where Drew McIntyre is the biggest name in that country, and not have him win in front of his home crowd. But yeah, they had him lose again. It just didn't make sense to me. It's kind of shocking.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe they'd let him win, but
yeah,
obviously they didn't.
Nope, they didn't.
So, and you happened to mention something about the old Tua contract and stuff. It's funny how one day you hear that, you know, oh my gosh, Miami isn't going to sign him and all that crap. And then the next day you hear something like they're extremely close on a deal.
Yeah.
So I think it's all a bunch of crap, to be honest. I'd rather him just go ahead and pay him. I mean,
I was talking to Bleezy through DM, and he seemed to think that they're not going to pay him, and it's starting to look that way, man. It's like I don't know. I just think that they want to wait another year, and you might end up having to pay him $70 million a year if he balls out. It is what it is. We've talked about it. You know, as long as you know you have the franchise, the future, you don't mind paying that premium. The fact is, people just don't know. And I think the Dolphins, let me be honest with you. I think a lot of fans are caught up in the Tua hype when there's not extreme justification for that hype. He's a good quarterback. I think he's better than Dak. But I think that a lot of people look at him as this Dolphin savior, and it just doesn't add up. And I think when you look at everything from like a distance, you see a guy that has two elite wide receivers. You see a guy that has a great offensive-minded head coach. You see a guy that is schemed to get rid of the ball in less than 2.5 seconds, right? Some people call him a spot thrower. I've been known to say that phrase myself. But my point is that I think the Dolphins organization sees some of those same things that I see and many other people that are non-Dolphin fans see. And they're just a little worried, you know? They're just a little worried, and they don't want to get rid of him. They just, in the perfect world, they want to know for a fact that he's worthy of one of these big contracts. And that's okay, isn't it? What do you think?
Well, I guess it all comes down to Madden 25 and stuff, and they put him at let me see, it was 1, 2, 3, 4 at number 6 uh as far as Madden. So I mean, other people must think he's awesome because that's just the way Madden is. And I believe that Josh Allen came in at number 4.
Now hold on. Now, what are you talking about? I'm not familiar with this.
Have you've played Madden?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Well, they just came out with the power rankings. Like Mahomes is like a 99, and I had it a little bit ago. I'll see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, yeah. So what is Allen? What's his rating on there?
Allen is a 92 at number 4. Dak Prescott's 5 at 90, and 2 is 6 at 88. Lamar Jackson was a 98, which was number 2. Of course, Mahomes was number 1, and Joe Burrow was a 93.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder how Madden judges that. Does he? Do you know how they judge that? It sounds like they judge it based on kind of like the public opinion in a way, and maybe they mix it, public opinion and a little bit of stats, because I just don't see how Joe Burrow can be a fucking 93 when he didn't even play.
Yeah, I think it takes more of a career thing and stuff more than anything else. But as far as Tua and stuff, and him not being the franchise quarterback, I think that's kind of set in stone right now. There just isn't many quarterbacks out there that you would probably take over him.
Yeah.
And the Miami Dolphins need stability. They need to have a quarterback that they have in place. I believe that in turn will make a better team. They need a head coach that's going to be there for 10 years. Stability. And if you go ahead and sign him, I think you got that for the next 5 years. So I think they just need to get it done. And I think that the Bills, on the same hand, probably should go ahead and re-sign Josh Allen right now before it fucking goes crazy on him.
Yeah, I mean, he's still under contract, for like 4 more years. But yeah, they'll probably rework a deal.
Right. I would get it done right now because the price of quarterbacks is going to be over 60.
Yeah,
fairly quick.
Yeah. Josh Allen is like he's the 11th most expensive contract right now. So I mean, there's 10 other quarterbacks in the league that make more money than Josh Allen right now, which is
so. If you look at as you want to claim the second best quarterback in the NFL, he's definitely gonna reset the market when his turn comes up. So I would, I guess that's what I'm saying, is get out ahead of it.
Yeah, and then you could stretch that money out too.
I think he would be happy with one more payday.
Yeah. I'm sure that conversation will come up.
So,
right. Well, you said something interesting there. You said what I would say as far as him being the second best quarterback. You have him in your top 3, don't you? Top 4?
Probably.
Definitely top 5.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not going to deny any of that. I mean, it's Patrick Mahomes' career. I mean, until someone's in the league for a while, you can't really do it. That's kind of like where we are with Tua and stuff. Yes, this is he's played, 4 years now? But the first year was just kind of a throwout, and I'm not saying that as making an excuse for the guy. But he wasn't healthy. That he shouldn't have been out there. And if the Bills would have gave up on Josh Allen, after 2 or 3 years, that would have been a big mistake too. So
Yeah.
they let him stay as a Bill, and they're profiting from it. So
yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, I mean, Allen's definitely, he wasn't what he is today in year 1 or 2, but I do think that, looking back and watching all those games like I did, 5 years ago or whatnot, 6 years ago, he definitely displayed some what we call special talent, right? Like you could see special in him. It wasn't refined, but there was a wow factor there. So I don't know if the Bills gave up on Josh Allen after year 1 or 2, the whole fucking city would have been burned down because I think everybody saw it. It just wasn't refined at that point.
Now, see, I heard it absolutely a completely different way. I heard people were asking for his job year 3. So
yeah, but that's because
that's outside noise, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's the people who were mad that they drafted him number 7 overall to begin with.
I did see a bunch of guys when he was drafted. So.
Oh yeah, because everybody wanted the other Josh Rosen. And thank God Brandon Beane isn't 75% of the fan base because that would have been an epic fail.
Yep.
Is Rosen even on the team yet?
Spidey into the room.
What's up, Spidey?
What's up, Amicus? What's up, Greenrat? What's going on?
Yeah,
Happy Father's Day.
You got any good stuff going on, Spidey? Any good info for us?
Yeah, where's the hot Twitter takes? What's going on in X-Land? Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you call it.
Some dude named Jay Bailey, NFL, is trying to rationalize that Trevor Lawrence is better than fucking Tua. And it's not even fucking close.
Yeah, I just listen, man. A year ago you might have said that just because of projections and everything. Because listen, that's the golden goose, right? I never saw it. I'll be honest with you. When he played in college, I didn't see what everybody else saw. But it is what it is. But I think people ride that wave of just the hype, and what the media is saying about somebody. They ride that for a couple of years or 3 years. But then last year, you saw him start off kind of hot, and then he just fucking fell off the wagon. So I just, there hasn't been any consistent. To me, the answer is no. I don't see how anybody could say that Lawrence is better than Tua right now.
Right, and the guy has only had like 8 300-yard games in his entire career. Tua's had 12 300-plus yard games and 2 400-yard games. And the guy has more touchdowns, I think more passing yards, better yards per attempt, yards per completion percent. I mean, every fucking stat is better than fucking Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Other than maybe like some scrambling, stats and some shit like that. But I mean, like everything. It's just all the numbers too. Is just best them and everything. You know what I mean?
It's all hype,
and he wouldn't have, it was if it wasn't for the Chargers' shitty game plan with what was their old head coach?
Staley.
If it wasn't for Brandon Staley's shitty game plan, and even
I think we lost him.
Well, what's new?
I was just saying.
Oh, okay, good. There he is.
Hold on. If it wasn't for Brandon, damn it! You hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying, if it wasn't for Brandon Staley, his defensive game plan, he would have.
Spidey's on that. Yeah, you're in outer space again, bro.
Spidey's on it.
What planet? Yeah, what planet are you visiting tonight, Spidey? You on Pluto? Is Pluto even a planet anymore?
No, it's a dwarf planet. I'm on Saturn right now.
Oh, you're on Saturn. Okay.
Yeah. Nah, I was just saying if it wasn't for Brandon Staley's shitty game plan, Trevor Lawrence would not have a playoff win. He wasn't so fucking incompetent.
Right. Yeah, like I said, man, it's all hype, bro. It's all hype.
Yeah.
He had that Andrew Luck hype, and
Mhm.
he just didn't live up to it. Like, Andrew Luck. I don't even know if Andrew Luck lived up to it either. But I mean, everybody agrees that Andrew Luck was a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence. But Trevor Lawrence has not lived up to his hype, not even close. And to say that he's better than Tua right now, he, like you said, he doesn't have the stats, he doesn't have the wins. And but they gave him the bag still, but they didn't give him the bag. They gave him a bag, but it wasn't like the bag. That guaranteed money was kind of low, wasn't it?
200
I
million.
mean,
The guaranteed?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
the 142 was right up front as a signing
Right.
bonus. Right.
He's a
So
rich
still
son right now.
okay. Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
You're right. I
he
forgot
got
about the other
200.
half of that.
Right. If you divide the 200 million by 5 years, it's worth $40 million a year in guaranteed
Yeah.
money. And
Yeah.
yeah. So he's getting paid 40, and then Jared Goff got 170. But remember, keep in mind he's getting paid a 4-year contract. So 170 divided by 40 would be, I think it was like $43 million a year, like 42, 43.
Yeah. True. And listen, those owners, man, they're going to put asses in seats, right? So sometimes it's not even about production, which is surprising because Tua actually, it's Miami. I forgot. It's hard to get asses in seats in Miami. That's why all the visitors, fan base, take over. You'll see in week 2 when the Bills Mafia show up again. But
Bro, but our fucking fan base is terrible, man. Like
I'm not gonna lie, man. It is.
I can't stand our fan base, bro. They never show up for games, and I mean, bro, you know what it is that you're week 17 is for the division, and more than at least half of the stadium is fucking Bills Mafia.
Yeah, I don't get it. But it's
Crazy.
not just hey, Buffalo does that everywhere they go. But I mean, y'all let other fan bases that aren't even notorious for doing what Bills Mafia does, they do the same thing. It's something about that stadium, man. I mean, your fan base doesn't like to go to games.
But the interesting thing is Miami. If you're winning games, Miami, it will attract Miami fans will go to the games. If you're not like, if you're not
Our
winning or
fans are
you're just
more
like
worried
kind of
about
like stuck in the
tailgating
mud.
and having photo ops than they are about winning.
Hello,
What's
Cap.
up, Cap for life? What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Hanging in there, man. What's going on?
What's going on? Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, yeah, you hang out in the parking lot and do all that other shit. You don't fill the seats. But anyhow, my point was, sometimes contracts are made for that very reason. It's just marketing. You don't even need to have all the stats or even be the best quarterback. But if the people believe you're the best and they'll show up to watch what they perceive to be the best, they'll write you a fucking check. And I think that's a lot to do with Trevor Lawrence. But that's the same with Tua. The problem is the fans don't show up. So that's kind of where I was going with that.
Well, I feel like, if he got that 142 straight up guaranteed and he's going to get another 58 in guarantees off of injury based incentives, like that's something that the Dolphins might be interested in doing as a customized contract. You know what I mean? When it comes to the guaranteed incentive part, because everybody's saying that's what's keeping the contracts apart right now is the guaranteed money. But if you can finagle it the way that the Jaguars did, because I mean, at this point,
Waddle, yeah,
Green's good at that stuff. You know what I mean?
No, it was just Waddle. Waddle got 3 years. Hold on.
It's a statistician. You gotta look up the numbers though. You're supposed to have the shit at the top of your head, Spidey. Come on.
He usually does.
Well, I mean, my thing is, I just don't hope it ends up being like a Gesicki franchise tag type of deal, and then you end up getting rid
Yeah, I
of the
was
guy after
looking.
you franchise tag him.
Yeah, like I was saying, Waddle's contract was 3 year, $84.95 million. $76 million of that was guaranteed for injury, right? So his full guaranteed his signing bonus was 36 mil, or at least his full guaranteed money is 36 mil. He got like I would say like I think he got like $17 million at signing, and so $76 million, like, and his new money is $56 million. So the point is that a good portion of that money is used for it, to protect the dog, guarantee him his salary if he gets injured. So
I'm thinking like this right now, Irving. If I'm athletes first, I've already talked to Jordan Love, and I told Jordan Love, hey, look, listen, we want to get this guy in there. We want to get him in the 50-50 club. He's not
yeah,
going to set the market, but try to I don't know, because it seems like both of them are the last two left, and they're both represented by the same agency. You would think one will look out for the other, but at this point in time, it's like, would one look out for the other? You know what I mean?
yeah.
Who's Dak represented by then?
I
don't
think the
know.
same. Daniel Jones too.
Oh, that's right. Daniel just got paid because the athletes first. Tua's going to be expensive. I just wish
everybody
again,
keeps
the
saying
market.
the market is the market, and he keeps
Right,
saying the market is the
exactly.
market too. But I don't think necessarily he's going to go for the market. I think they're going to give him what they offer him, and that's it.
Well, that's what I think.
Not only that, like I wish he took like the Brady. Well, it's kind of hard to say that because he was married to Giselle Bundchen, so of course he has the he's in a good position to leave money on the table. When he
What do you mean,
plays
like
for the
Mahomes?
Patriots,
No, Brady.
No, but Mahomes did the same thing twice.
well,
Oh yeah. No, it's very team friendly, indeed.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I wish Tua doesn't take the biggest, like he doesn't take the biggest offer and just leave some money on the table to give the Dolphins enough like financial flexibility to continue building around the team. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Tua, you look good. Like you're very efficient. Like we want to continue putting weapons around you because it gives us the best chance to win. The best chance to win and all this other stuff. So I would just say, hey, like leave some money on the table. But
You know who's salivating right now, bro? Patrick Mahomes is salivating right now if he's watching all this stuff. He's just sitting back and let everything just fall into place.
Yeah,
The
so
time comes.
he can be the first 90 million a year quarterback.
Woo!
That's where I was going with Josh Allen too. I'm sure
Yeah.
he's just sitting there smiling and stuff too
Yeah,
because he's getting ready.
Yeah, but Allen can't. I mean, Mahomes has 3 Super Bowls, right? So I mean, it's a little different. Allen's
absolutely.
negotiating tool is hey, Bills, you haven't done shit in 25 years until I got here, which is a good negotiating point, but it's not the Mahomes negotiating point,
Oh, absolutely. But if Trevor Lawrence can reset the market, I mean, come on.
Sure, absolutely. Well, when I listened to Tua and he made that comment at that press conference, because I heard it when he said the market is the market, Cap just mentioned it. I mean, the first thing I thought about when I heard that is this is why the deal's not done. He wants the market money. And
no. He really messed up, if anything, by saying more than he should have said at that press. At that
I agree.
No, he said it multiple times. It's just not one time.
I think he's
said it multiple times.
Sometimes less is more. You know what I mean?
I think he's frustrated. I think he didn't expect the contract talks to take this long. You know what I mean? Like
no, but I mean now that Jordan Love is the only guy left, I thought it was going to be the opposite. But the fact that Trevor Lawrence is not even into his draft class and he got signed,
Jordan Love is a different
tons
case.
of pressure right now on Greer because it was supposed to be the other way around.
But to your point. Sorry, Spidey. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
No, go ahead, Amicus. I'll go after you.
All
Go
right.
ahead,
I
make
was
your
just going to say
point.
to Cap's point, like, yeah, less is more, because the truth is the whole conversation we've been having on these platforms is we really didn't know what the holdup was. But you saying that sentence alone told us everything we needed to know. And honestly, it didn't really help the public perception, in my opinion, because now everybody knows you want that big bag. Like the deal's not done because you want the market value based on where you are. Like, look what his stats was. That's the negotiation point, right? I mean, he had the most passing yards in the league, didn't he?
Yeah.
So if you make a comment like that at a press conference when honestly you didn't even need to say anything about that, and now the wheels start turning amongst the fan base. Obviously, I'm not a fan, but
Yeah.
people,
People has a tendency of saying
we
things he's
better
not
hope.
supposed to in a
We better hope
in
that
the
Jordan
media.
Love. You better
Oh, yeah,
hope that
bro.
Jordan Love talked to the agency already, and Jordan Love's in agreement to hold off. Because if he
I
doesn't
don't
hold
think
off,
Jordan Love's the one we got to worry about. I think it's Dak's contract.
well,
Yeah,
either
'cause
one, either or.
Jordan
You better
Love,
hope and
even
pray,
though
and you better hope and pray Patrick Mahomes doesn't decide to be all itchy all of a sudden. But I don't think that's going to happen. But if Jordan Love does not stand, if he decides to be like, "Look, I'm getting antsy now," then that's going to be even worse.
Yeah, but Jordan Love, I would say, like, he's still, even though he's on a 5th-year option right now.
No,
I
but
don't
remember,
think
he
1 year is
declined the
going to
fifth
get
year
him.
option to play 15 million for 1 year. That 5th year he declined to play for 15 million last year. So that 15 million he took straight off the rip to decline the 5th year option. Why do you think he did that? Because he wants the bag. And that was last season.
Are you talking about Jordan Love?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why is he going to, because before he had this season, they didn't know what he was going to be or what his ceiling
Yeah,
was.
but that's why he declined the 5th year option and he took 15 million to see because he gambled on himself.
The team cannot. The team is the one that exercised the 5th year option, not Jordan Love, because he's on a rookie contract. But if it were me, like I don't want, like, I like Jordan Love. I think he's a good quarterback, but for me, I'll be a little bit hesitant of giving him a one of those like market deals, because he has one good year and that's it. He's won a playoff game, I get it, but like I got to see that on repeat. You know what I mean? Like I got to see if he can do that again.
Spidey, you're absolutely right. I don't get the whole Jordan Love thing. I think people jumped on that bandwagon way too soon. And it wasn't even, bro, at the beginning of last year, people were questioning him. It was just the second half where people were like, oh, this is the real deal now. Like, okay, 8 fucking games, and now all of a sudden he's the greatest scorer. Some people have him in the top 5.
Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you the reason that Justin Herbert got ranked over Tua as far as with contract talks is because Justin Herbert off the rip was leading in touchdowns thrown. And then after that was what? Jordan Love last year came in second in touchdowns thrown. Dak came in first in touchdowns thrown. I mean, you guys can talk about passing yards all you want, but it's about touchdowns, not stats.
Thank you. That's why I'm so high. Listen, I'm not just a homer, all right? Josh Allen has more fucking touchdowns. That's 6 points. Touchdowns than any player in the past 5 years. Significantly more than even Mahomes.
Right. That is true. He has like 100 touchdowns, right? 100 or so touchdowns.
That's
right, but it's not the passing touchdowns, it's the team touchdowns that really.
Yeah.
To me,
Josh Allen has both.
Body of work. Cap. It's not just touchdowns.
It's all about touchdowns, Irving. It's not about passing stats. It's about touchdowns. It's about points.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I'm saying.
Everybody gets lost in the sauce when it comes to all these stats, when it comes to trying to like justify the numbers. But let's be real, like touchdowns is what matters. And last year he only had 29.
It does, but not 100%. Like I was saying, like you can't fault Tua for having.
Justin Herbert got 30 touchdowns. I think Trevor Lawrence got what? Like not a lot last year, but I mean the knock on Trevor Lawrence was what? His receivers were hurt or something like that. He was hurt too. That was the knock, right? The injuries, right? So I mean, the same energy should put into the same thing with the injury bug with us. I mean, like if we're gonna play injuries here and there, like we've got the short end of the stick when it comes to injuries.
And that's why I'm not so hung up on the fucking interceptions, right? If you look at the top guys that throw interceptions, Mahomes is number 2. He's got 3 rings. It just is what it is. The elite quarterback's going to throw, besides Rodgers, right?
Yeah,
They're going to throw interceptions.
Look, I
but
don't put too much
you,
stock into that one either. I don't,
right,
because you're gonna gamble. You're gonna gamble.
Exactly. And if you lead the league in interceptions, but you also lead the league in total touchdowns, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you can't have one without the other. So that's that. I don't really put too much stock into those type of picks. But when they're fumbles, that's different.
Oh my! I was just saying, I don't like holding Tua for having a high amount of interceptions because everybody else had.
Yeah, but 11 fumbles, Irving, that's different.
Well, that's not necessarily 100% his fault. A lot of those fumbles were on bad, working with 2 different centers the whole year. I mean, bro, you got to remember this is a rhythm and timing based offense. If you have problems with your center handing you off the ball, it's gonna throw the fucking timing of the offense off. And I'm not saying Tua was 100%. I'm not saying that the centers were 100% to blame because there were some moments where he wasn't paying on some snaps where he wasn't paying attention. Sometimes it's just him, making sure guys like are running their motions, are properly aligned, and all that other stuff. But bro, he had to work with Connor Williams, and then who has snapping issues of his own, and then working with Liam Eichenberg, who's never been a center ever in his football career. So
well, let me ask you this.
I wouldn't necessarily blame the fumbles on him.
Are they saying that this guy's a little bit nicked up? What's this guy's name? The Brewer? They're saying he's a little bit nicked up now?
Yeah, but I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, because Aaron Brewer's been hurt, but Liam Eichenberg's been taking snaps at center, so he's also
and that's it, right? We don't have nobody else.
Right guard. Oh no, we don't have anybody else at center. I would love to sign a fucking backup veteran center, but we still have that dude from that undrafted center. I think he was from San Diego State, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. Maybe CT remembers. I don't know.
CT's not here right now. He's roasting s'mores by the fire with his lovely wife. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shouts out.
Well, what I didn't understand is I saw somebody put up the starting lineup of our offensive line, and they had was it Lester Cotton at right guard?
Lester Cotton.
He's playing
I
left
didn't
tackle,
even know
right?
he was still on the team.
Well, I have a question for y'all when y'all are done figuring out the whole right guard thing. I'm just curious about the mini camp, like what the talk was coming out of mini camp, because y'all might be surprised at a couple of things that happened in our mini camp over here in Buffalo land. But
Orchard Park.
Yeah, let me ask you, the panel, what were a couple of like high points of mini camp? Maybe some surprises, people that stepped up that you didn't think would, or people that should have stepped up but didn't. In anything like that?
I am surprised that Liam Eichenberg has been our most consistent offensive lineman in practice. He's had the most orange jerseys, which is the practice player of the day. That's what it symbolizes. And yeah, he's been pretty solid. It looks like he's taking that next step. It's just practice. They're just in shorts, but again, it's nice to see that he's taking that next step and becoming a better player. Maybe a solid starter, man. Maybe Butch Berry has got the juice in terms of developing offensive linemen. I mean, he turned Austin Jackson into a very good starting right tackle and got him paid. So, that was my biggest surprise. My biggest, I guess, disappointment Um, was I think my biggest disappointment was Jordan Poyer. I know he kind of like
Oh wow, yeah,
trying to bounce back a little bit towards the late practice, but he looks a little slow at times.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, he is 33. Father time is, on his neck. So, um,
Well, that I'm sorry to say, but that kind of makes me happy because when you let people go like that, you never know how it's gonna the boomerang effect, right? So I'm glad that they seem to be a little right when it came to that move.
yeah, Cater Kohu too has been getting cooked a little bit in practice as well. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you about Chop Robinson. How has he looked? That was your first pick.
I mean,
I don't know.
Henry got the orange jersey too.
Oh, he did, right? I thought he struggled in practice. Right?
That's what I
Oh,
heard.
yeah, I thought he had
I
the
heard he was
orange
doing pretty
jersey.
good.
Mhm.
What about
It
Chop?
was him and Holland. Chop right now, from what I'm hearing, bro, he's in a learning curve, which is predictable. Being that we
Yeah,
have more veterans,
yeah, for
but they're
sure.
not
I mean
talking
that.
a lot about Chop right now. He just signed the contract, but he's not really. Last time I heard, he was on the bike. He had a compression sleeve on his thigh or something like that at one point, from what I heard.
But that's
Yeah,
expected, right? He's a rookie. The rookies there's gonna be a learning curve. I don't care how good you are. It's gonna be a learning curve.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Him
Well,
and
that's
Kamara.
like,
I mean, we're hearing more about Kamara than we are about Chop, though.
yeah.
yeah, I saw something like that. Yeah, I did hear about that. Well, at Bill's minicamp, I think I think the biggest surprise to me and probably to y'all would be the emergence of Chase Claypool, and everything coming out of camp suggests that he had probably the best camp out of anybody. His attitude, his physical presence, his skill set, everything is just shining. And honestly, that
I heard Matt
probably
Collins
has
with your guy.
Matt Collins.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, no, he's another bright spot. He's really taken on a deep leadership role and really motivating the guys at camp, and he's been a big voice in the locker room. So that's cool. But as far as like really just balling out, Chase Claypool's getting a lot of hype. Um, and I think he knows this is his last chance because of what happened in Miami, Chicago. So he's really giving it his all, and you're starting to see why he was such a high pick a few years back and had that really good rookie season for the Steelers. I think Chase Claypool is going to be our number 4 wide receiver in this offense. I really do. So that's exciting. The other thing that excites me is, I'm not going to lie, I thought Kaiir Elam was a bust. I thought that first round pick was a waste because we didn't even fucking. I can count on one hand how many snaps he had last year. I mean, he was always a healthy scratch. He just didn't play at all the past couple of years, right? And everybody, the fan base just thought that it was a bust situation. But apparently it's one of those things where, and Josh Allen said it best at a press conference. He said that sometimes it clicks for guys after like the first couple of weeks. Sometimes it takes a year. Sometimes it takes 3 years. Well, for whatever reason, it started clicking for Kaiir Elam in year 3. And he's been balling at minicamp. And to everybody's surprise, it looks like we have like a legitimate like he can be a starter now, from what I'm hearing. So really excited about that.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in Tier Tart. I know he's injured, but he's come to camp out of shape. I thought that was going to be one of the sneaky good signings by Chris Greer. He was supposed to be playing like that one tech, you know, kind of like 2i, you know, being a guy that can get off quick off his stance and and penetrate those gaps and be disruptive and be in the backfield and all this other stuff. And because I thought he was really good last year, he had like 8 tackles for losses in like 6-7 games, and yeah, it must be that Dolphins are probably a little bit disappointed with how he's come to camp. Um, and that I think that's why they signed Calais Campbell. I know Calais Campbell is more of like he's more of a signing to help, because I know Chop Robinson's kind of raw and he has that learning curve. He's a little bit raw, limited production in college and
Yeah.
at Penn State. So they signed Calais Campbell to allow Chop to develop and kind of give the Dolphins more depth at that defensive end position until Chubb and Phillips comes back. I think because they're gonna have him play more like a 5 technique or he'll probably play like that 5 to 9 technique in the first weeks of the season, and then they'll probably bring him inside as like a 3 tech guy, like 3 tech or 4. Maybe maybe as a 1 tech as well until once Chubb and Phillips comes back, they'll play him more inside as opposed to being a pass rusher. But knowing Weaver, he's gonna have these guys in rotation, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, when I saw that Calais Campbell signing, we had a chance to get him last year. There were rumors about that, right? 6-time Pro Bowler Calais Campbell, but it's like a Von Miller effect, veteran come in there and teach the young cats, but for way less money. So
he has 105 sacks in his career.
Yeah. No, that was an interesting signing. I mean, when I first saw that, I'm like, okay, all right, y'all trying to come after my boy Josh Allen? I got you.
Yeah, and another guy that's been disappointing as well. I right Cap. I've heard Cam Smith's been struggling too.
That's the cornerback from South Carolina, right?
Yeah. I heard. I love him, but I heard he had a couple of rough days in minicamp. But yeah.
What about you, Greenrat? Anything that?
Well,
that
it's the same guy. I heard that Tua was sharp as he could be out there, and then another report a couple days later says that he's stunk it up all preseason. So I mean, who the hell knows? I don't think we can believe any of what we hear out of camp unless we see it ourselves.
I heard most reports said that Tua's been sharp on the 7-on-7s. I heard a lot of good things, and like he's scoring touchdowns in the red zone drills and all that. And then I read a report from Omar Kelly saying that in the second day of minicamp, after he had a really sharp day, and day 1, that day 2 he was kind of like subpar, I guess, and he missed the open throw, I think, to A-Chain. He had just one play where he threw like a little dump off pass, and one of the running backs, I guess, ran it for a big gain or something like that.
I guess one missed pass is a bad day, I guess.
Yeah, it's Omar Kelly, so we got to be careful.
That's the problem with these reports. That the same thing with Buffalo Bills, man. The first day, all the talk was how the offense looked like trash. Josh Allen missed a few throws or whatnot, but here's the thing: there's only one wide receiver on the roster that played last year for the Bills, and that's Khalil Shakir, and then he got hurt, right? So it's yeah, I know, right? So, but then the next day 2 and day 3, like he was balling out apparently, right? So, Keon Coleman, they're saying he's doing really, really well as well. So that's the rookie wide receiver, and yeah, for sure.
For us, I'm saying, good for y'all.
Yeah, but I mean that the other thing is at these camps, man, one of the things that people don't factor in, or even the reporters don't really factor in, is how do you know what these guys aren't doing as far as like testing shit out that they would normally wouldn't do in a game. You know, like if you're going to try different things to see how quick you can get a ball to a receiver in this situation or threading a needle or whatnot, if you're not going to do it in practice, then you're never going to do it. This is where you figure that out. So you're going to hear about interceptions and shit. It's fucking minicamp.
Amicus, I agree with you to an extent, but I think that more of that happens later once the other practices start in preseason games and stuff like that. I think that's more of the time when they start trying to fit things in and stuff. I think right now it's more just, getting used to your receivers and stuff like that. But I'm sure there's a little bit of the, like you said, trying to stuff some in there. But I mean, Tua's came out last year and said, there's a couple plays where I didn't know if I could get it in there, but it's practice, so why not try it?
Exactly, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the report came out that Kaiir Elam, and I'm glad he's doing well, but he picked off Josh Allen. So, I mean, listen, if you're throwing to the wide open guy, then Kaiir Elam doesn't intercept that ball, right? But Allen's trying to gun one in, and it's practice. I mean, it's minicamp. So I don't know. You can't take too much.
Or is it Josh Allen's arm isn't right and he's having trouble?
Well, he did tweak some things, right? But hold on. But again, if he's tweaking things with his mechanics, this is the time to figure that out. So you're going to have those throws and everything. But during his press conference, he said, listen, it's June, meaning by the time September gets here,
I'll figure it out.
It'll all be fine. And, Tua and those guys, with Tyreek and Waddle, those guys all have chemistry. They know what's up. The schemes are there. They're going to use the same concepts most likely. So, I mean, and the other thing is guys don't just like fall off the earth. Like people were worried about Josh Allen after day one of a fucking minicamp. You think a guy in year 7 all of a sudden doesn't, like, he forgets how to fucking play quarterback? No. And same with Tua. Like, they're going to do what they do. It's just, did they improve any from year to year is really what you're looking for.
Right.
Well, that's what I said about that report with Aaron Rodgers and stuff. The fact is Aaron Jones was saying that they didn't do anything in OTAs anyhow. So
yeah. Amicus, what was wrong with Josh Allen's? What was his big concern in terms of his injury? Like when it comes to his arm, was it his UCL or his shoulder?
No, it was UCL, but I mean, it wasn't anything that he needed surgery on. You remember that play? Did y'all see that play last year where, God, was it against the Detroit Lions, I think. Yeah. And then, so he got sacked, and like when he went to throw the arm, it was like a rubber band effect. The defensive end like grabbed his arm while he was throwing the ball, and you could see it kind of snap back or whatnot. So that was like a partial tear to the UCL or whatnot. But then like 2 plays later, he throws that fucking dart to Diggs which ended up winning us the game. It bothered him for some weeks, but he didn't make that as an excuse. When he was playing like shit last year, he didn't even say it was based on the UCL. He was just playing like shit.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all healed up and good to go. I mean, what we're talking about is him going back to the drawing board when he reviewed his snaps last year, where he was making some mistakes. When they have like the biomet or whatever the fucking, they hook him up to the machines or whatever and see what the motions were or test it all. And they were seeing how the mechanics, when he started doing bad, he was kind of like going back to some things he had done in Wyoming, because it's like second nature, right? And and so it's back to the drawing board of kind of what he did a couple of years ago, where he just tweaks those throwing motions to make sure he's rotating his hips properly, getting his feet set, arm angles, things like that, to where he it's a game of inches,
Right.
Yeah.
But that would be a lot better than go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, I just think that the next step in his development is just fixing the mechanics, because teams are going to know that I guess his weakness is throwing from the pocket in terms of like when they put pressure and try to keep him in the pocket and telling him, hey, try to beat us from the pocket. And
Yeah.
you start putting pressure on him, his mechanics start to fluster, his accuracy takes a hit. But if he gets to, and there's things to work on, there's techniques, there's ways to, to mitigate, your mechanics being affected by oncoming pressure. So I think if he gets that fixed, I think he'll be fine. Because he's already a good off script guy, and I mean, he's pretty accurate for. I know a lot of people give him shit, for his earlier couple years. That his completion percentage was in the 50s or whatever, but he's gotten better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's an elite quarterback. It is what it is. But I mean, it's weird because he gets a little like he'll leave the pocket too early at times, right? And Greg Cosell says this as well. This is one of his flaws. He'll leave the pocket too early because he'll feel pressure that isn't there. And because he feels comfortable rolling out and on the run. But then when you do that, this is where the decision-making issues come into play, right? When you're rolling out to your right and you're scanning the field and you're not going to be, your 50-yard bomb moving to your right is not going to have the same speed on it as you stepping into the pocket, right? And throwing a laser. But in his mind, he can make all the throws because he can. But if you miscalculate, physics, then there's an interception. So that's decision making. Right. The other thing, ironic. Yeah.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Well, I was going to say, ironically, if he leaves the pocket a little too early, that's a mistake. But sometimes he'll stay in the pocket too long and scan the field, and then when he throws, that's how his arm got fucked up with the UCL. He was there too long. So I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of it. The only thing I can tell you is he's just a guy based on pure inherent feeling, And if he feels like the pressure is there, he's going to roll out. If he feels like there's something developing downfield, he'll stay in there. But maybe that natural clock in the back of his head is failing him a little bit because it's like, bro, you stood here for 7 seconds. Somebody's coming around the edge. They're going to clip your ass. So I don't know.
And I was just going to say, I don't think it's a thing he can't do, or I don't think it's something that it's not. It's something that's coachable. You know what I mean? Like if he can not get happy feet in the pocket and bail and just sit in the pocket, or at least if you feel like the pocket's starting to crumble a little bit, try to look for an alleyway through the A and B gaps and try to step up in the pocket and keep your eyes downfield. And that's what some of the greats do. Like they feel the pressure and they just hey, I got to step up. I got to look for a way to step up in the pocket. Just keep my eyes downfield. You know what I mean? Keep going through micro progressions. I think that's the next step in every quarterback's development. But
yeah, I disagree, man. I disagree. I don't think it's coachable. Maybe it is with some cats. Not with him. No. He is inherently a backyard football player. Everything is done on feel. And I know that feeling. Like just in other areas, like I'm a salesman, right? So I grew up doing door-to-door sales. Well, they'll try to get you programmed. Some companies take this script and do this. Bro, I don't do scripts. I'm impromptu. Let me knock on the door. If I see a little Fluffy come to the door, we're going to talk for 5 minutes about your little Fluffy dog, right? Before we even mention product, we're talking about Fluffy. We're talking about what you feed Fluffy. I see the TV in the background. Oh, I love that show. How long, we're doing all that. So that's impromptu. That's just inherent gift of gab sales tactics, right? You can't give a guy like me a fucking script. You just got to let that bull run. Josh Allen's the same way. You can't coach him, 3 seconds, step up in the pocket, do all this fundamental bullshit. He's just a guy that you got to let him go. And you get what you get. You'll get the interceptions, but you'll get the most touchdowns in the NFL too, right? Because he's done that. And you just got to hope on those special nights in the playoffs that more good happens than bad.
I have just figured out what Amicus is all about. You just heard it. He'll talk about anything to try to make a sale, and all he does is sell Josh Allen all the time. I'm just saying.
I believe in that product.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yeah, I just think that Tua just plays the game in a different way. I guess he's like that type of, if you feel pressure, step up. I mean, he keeps his eyes downfield. He doesn't bail when pressure comes. You know what I mean?
He's more of a student of the game. He's fundamentals. Yeah.
Footwork. Yeah, he focuses on the footwork in the pocket, and
He's very teachable, is what it sounds like.
Yes. Yeah. Josh Allen's not. That's why. And I think the Bills have figured that out. I think they know that. So you just kind of have to. Well, let me tell you, the worst thing you can do is if you put him in a box and you say, slap him on the wrist and say, no, no, no. They've tried to do that before in the past couple of years, and it failed miserably. You can't do that. Yeah, same way when we talked about Diggs. He's a beta. He's not an alpha. So if he feels like Diggs won't like him or come to his Tuesday night dinner party because he's not getting enough throws, Allen's not the type of guy that can look at him and say, shut the fuck up. You'll get the ball when I give you the ball, motherfucker. He's not going to do that. He's going to force the ball because he's just that type of personality. And that's why I like this team now with Diggs gone, because now the only way you can make a guy like Josh Allen alpha is for you to be surrounded by a bunch of betas. Then the alpha will naturally rise up, because there's betas everywhere. Well, the betas are there because they've never been on the team before. You see what I'm saying? Like a new Chase Claypool isn't coming in there demanding shit. You'll get the ball when it's thrown to you. And that puts Josh Allen naturally in an alpha position without him having to try to do it.
All right.
Yeah. But you're right, Greenrat. Two is different. He's coachable. He's the perfect student.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like, they've tweaked this and that every year, and he absorbs it really quick, and, which is a good thing. But back to the whole Josh Allen thing with his tweaking of his throwing mechanics and stuff. I was just wondering if it was part of he saw something after that little injury that he got a bad habit of doing, so it didn't hurt as much. And now it kind of feels natural to throw that way, and he needs to tweak it back to how he's supposed to be throwing it. That's what I was wondering if that's what it was.
That might be. I don't know. They haven't really talked about it to my knowledge, but that's an interesting theory. Could be.
Because that kind of goes back to Tua, right after that hip injury, he wasn't throwing the ball like he was in Alabama and stuff, because the hip wouldn't let him, and so you got to learn how to throw the ball, back kind of the way you did before, and
yeah. No,
I remember when Tua had his when he was recovering from the hip injury, he was having his pro day. I remember it was COVID. So, that, NFL teams were not allowed to have guys, doing private workouts and stuff with them. So he recorded himself, he recorded a video of himself of having his kind of like pro day with the former Ravens
Trent
quarterback.
Dilfer, wasn't it?
Yeah. And when he every time he would make a throw, now he was accurate, of course. Ball placement was good, he was sharp, but you could tell that the throwing motion, like his power, when he would throw, he didn't throw with a lot of velocity. The balls were very they were pretty weak, and he was, and that was when he was in the middle of his recovery from his hip. You know what I mean? And the ball velocity you see it that has gotten better from that point to year 4, year 5, whatever. Throw the ball with more velocity. But I remember the ball was like very slow when it would come out and leave out of his hands. And, since his hip fully healed, the ball velocity's gotten a lot better.
Do y'all think that Tua, because of losing the weight, that was like him and McDaniels getting together and saying, "Hey, let's add this wrinkle to your game because I have these schemes I have these plays I like to implement, but in order to implement these plays, I need you to be able to be a little more mobile in these situations." You think there was like a correlation to all this?
No, I think his wife wanted him to lose the weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. If McDaniels, McDaniels is probably like, I don't know. I think he went to Tua and said we could open up all kinds of options down the field with two of the fastest players in the league if you were just a little bit of a threat to run the ball.
Two of the fastest?
Waddle and Tyreek.
Mostert's up there pretty far. A-Chain's up there pretty far.
Well, I'm talking about your wide receivers.
Right, just straight receivers. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because listen, you got to if you're a guy that Tua doesn't really run, right? So nobody's really spying him. And I seen Tua got some yards a couple of times because there was so much green ahead of him. It's like Brady. I've seen Brady run for 20 yards before because everybody's downfield. Like there's 50 yards of space. He ran for 20 because there was 50 yards of space. But
right.
I just think that opens up the playbook, and a genius like McDaniels on the offensive side of the ball. I imagine. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it just makes sense that it's kind of weird that he didn't lose that weight on his own without consulting his coach, because they had him bulk up for the concussions and the injuries. So for him to lose that weight, it had to be a collaboration.
Well, yeah, I mean, his coach, made the comment in his, end of season press conference that he wished he could see Tua get off his spot more and, to extend plays and, look for ways and, look for alleyways in the A and B gaps and try to, buy some time using his legs or, roll out and scramble more. Yeah, he said that's one of the things he wants to see Tua improve on is, get off his spot more and extend plays and be able to improvise a little bit more. Scramble, of course, with his legs. So, yeah, definitely I think that, part of Tua, getting leaner and getting in shape and working on speed and agility drills with Nick Hicks and working on his mechanics with John Beck has something to do with that. Because I think even Tua himself, Mike McDaniel, kind of pointed that out. But Tua also felt like, there's an element in this offense that I can help unlock if myself can improve as more of a better off-script quarterback if I can improvise more. You know what I mean? I mean, most of the good quarterbacks know how to improvise when the play breaks down, know how to improvise and go outside of structure. You know what I mean? And make plays. Like that's what he would do. So
speed doesn't translate into that at all, to my opinion. Mr. Casual guy here. Yeah, look at Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't run fast, but man, he can sit out there and trot, out there. And
it's not necessarily. Yeah, but it's not necessarily like if you see they're just rushing 3 or 4 guys most of the time. They're dropping everybody back in coverage because they know you're not a running threat. Well, use that shit against it. Now you're in shape. You're leaner.
Exactly.
Use that more. You use their tactic against them. And
that was my point. Yeah, it opens up the playbook for McDaniels. Right. I know he's itching at the bit to throw in some extra plays because here's something I heard the other day. When certain defensive coaches or certain analysts, maybe ex-defensive coaches that are now analysts, I can't remember the exact names, but people were saying around the league that the hardest person to defend against is a Josh Allen because of the dual threat at a high level, the elite passing, and I'm talking arm talent and everything that goes along with it. and the legs. See,
The ability
having
to
both
move.
of those it's one. Lamar Jackson has elite running ability, but the arm talent really isn't there. Josh Allen has both.
Yeah.
And that makes
Yeah,
him very difficult to defend against.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson does have he doesn't have a cannon, but he has a pretty good arm. But the dude does underthrow a lot of passes. I mean, he has a strong arm. Don't get me wrong, but like I've seen him underthrow Odell Beckham Jr. quite often last year.
Yeah, so Josh Allen being one of the hardest, if not the hardest, quarterback to defend against, and defensive coaches just have nightmares trying to figure out what to do. You gotta spy the motherfucker. Imagine with your guys that can spread the field. If Tua just had a small semblance of being able to be a threat, a dual threat, or at least somebody that can run 7 yards for a first down at any given moment, that's going to open up tons of plays. That's a scary prospect to think about, honestly.
And they can have him, roll out more on play action bootlegs, or maybe naked bootleg where he's running in the opposite way and he becomes more of a running threat. Because when he was at Alabama, he was a pretty good athlete. Like he could run. Like he wasn't the fastest. Like he ran like a 4.79, like kind of like Josh Allen, maybe a little bit slower, like 4.8 around there. Don't get me wrong, he's not gonna burn anybody, but he was a pretty good and nimble athlete as well. Like and especially like early in his career, like in his first 2 years, like he could make guys miss. Like he made Deion Sims miss, a Pro Bowl linebacker for the Atlanta Falcons, and when he scrambled, right, and took the open field, he made him miss an open space with a juke. Like he made Buda Baker, who's an all-pro safety, he shook him out of his cleats, and he used his legs against the Patriots, scored 2 touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns to beat the Patriots. Even in week 18 in 2021, he had 2 big runs to convert on third down. One to get the Dolphins into field goal range, and then on the last drive or for the Dolphins offense to seal the game on a third down, and he showed a good mobility. So, and he was out of high school, like he was the number 1 dual threat coming out of high school, dual threat quarterback in 2017 when he came to Alabama. So he don't get me wrong, he's not Josh Allen, he's not Lamar Jackson, but he's not a scrub. He can move. He's mobile, and hopefully with his new, with his new, with his new, how do you call it? Physique, right? Body type, whatever. I think he's going to be more of a scrambling threat, more often than he was, and be able to use his legs when need be. If you need like a critical third down, and guys are playing press coverage and they're sticky in their coverage, whatever. You see everybody's covered downfield, use your legs and slide and learn, please, for God's sakes, please slide to it, because he's very inconsistent at that. And and extend plays when you can.
Well, that's the other side of this equation, right? Is he did lose a little, and I know CT was on here. We get a fucking physiology lecture about how strength isn't necessarily lost when muscle mass goes away, whatever. I don't give a fuck, man. Listen, a bulk is bulk, and they had him put on those pounds for a reason, and now they're having him take it off. So I mean, it's going to affect something when you get hit.
Well, supposedly they got him to lose body fat, but to maintain lean mass. Like, so he's probably losing weight by burning body fat, but like still maintaining the muscle mass. You know what I mean? So he's just leaner.
Well, I mean, that I don't see that when I looked at him. I mean, he looks more frail to me. Maybe I saw a bad video or picture or what, but he
said that's what Nick Hicks said, that they were going to get him to get just leaner and not lose the strength that he had last year or whatever. But hey, he was big last. Like he weighed 235 pounds. Cam Wolf reported that he lost like 15 pounds from last year, and now he's weighing around 220 pounds. So
yeah, but doesn't Tua look more frail to you?
When people say like, oh, let's see what he looks like, because when he was bigger, you know, apparently, coincidentally, it let him play 17 games. When he was leaner, he was getting dinged up a lot. So we'll
Right.
see. You know what I mean? So it's not unfair to to assume that, hey, if he's at this lighter weight, let's see if he could stay healthy. You know what I mean? Because hey, last year
Yeah.
he did because he was heavier. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I'm interested to see if he can stay healthy.
But there's
I
another
think
factor.
the reason you think he looks so much smaller is because he lost a lot of weight in his face.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But there's another factor.
He was kind of getting the chipmunk type thing going on last year.
And it could be the hair too. The hair adds a little flair.
It's a combination of all that,
I'm
sure.
For the dramatic, yeah. But let me ask you this though, because I do think damn, what was I going to say? I do think that it's fair to say that if he lost all of that weight and he wants to be more mobile. See, 2 years ago when he got injured, he wasn't mobile. He was in the pocket. He was thinner. He got hurt. The next year, he bulks up, stays in the pocket, doesn't get hurt. But now we're doing something that's unprecedented, where he's going to lose the weight, and we think he's going to be more mobile. More mobile means more hits. It could be. Maybe not guaranteed, but it can mean that. So now you're losing some of the mass and you're getting touched more. That could be a scary combination.
It depends on what you're considering mobile. I mean, there's mobile in the pocket. I mean, being at a lighter weight, you can move a little quicker in the pocket too. So I don't want him running. I mean,
go ahead.
If he has a chance for a first down, sure, go ahead, take it. But he ain't built for that anymore. So,
but again, Greenrat, like if he's gonna be more of a scrambler, he's got to learn to protect himself by sliding. Like that's a very fundamental element of being. That's a very fundamental, law.
As much as I praise him about being able to learn stuff, he can't learn to slide.
Well, hold on, Greenrat. If he learned to fall from a jiu-jitsu coach, maybe he can go to like spring training in Chicago and learn how to fucking slide.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Raiders, and it's not just for protecting himself. You got to protect the football too, because he had a fumble against the Raiders where he didn't slide. He was trying to get the first down, and instead of sliding, he went head first and it coughed up the ball, but. Again, I just think the weight loss is for his he wants to get his twitchiness back. He wants to be a twitchy athlete again, like he was in fucking Alabama in his first 2 years in the league.
Yeah,
I think it's more for him to be able to be a little more twitchy in the pocket and be able to get his feet reset to throw the ball. I mean, sure, a little bit of running, but we're not going to see him do many bootlegs around,
Well,
drawn up run and stuff.
Yeah, and Greenrat, some of it could be that the limit. I don't want to use the word like don't get mad at me, but the limitations of the spot throwing, for lack of a better phrase, just because I can't think of one. Hold on. Let me land. But like the 2.3 seconds, get the ball away. There's a scheme here fit for Tua to do these things, right? Either you're at your spot or you're not. I'm not throwing shade. I'm trying to make a point, and I'm getting there. But just hear me out. If he becomes more twitchy, then he doesn't have to release the ball that fast. He can dance a little bit like Mahomes, right? Go through the progressions and hit other people besides the first read. You see what I'm saying? So maybe that has something to do with it as well.
I don't disagree. I that's one of my biggest critiques when it comes to Tua, because like and it's not only his fault. That's a Mike McDaniel issue as well, because the offense is predicated on getting the ball quick out of Tua's hands in 2.36 seconds. Like
exactly,
that's not sustainable. And the offense is so oriented on getting your first read open, whether it's getting Tyreek Hill open on a cheat motion so he don't get pressed at the line of scrimmage, and he's running an in-breaking route on that shit because the offense. Even Kurt Warner said this offense is too first read base oriented. Like it's too many tiny routes over the middle of the field. With Tyreek Hill running most of those running most of the motions or running those routes, running those timing routes. So, that's where I think they need to get better. And if Tua can, if he's dropping back, and they try to take away that first read, well, use the twitchiness, use the ability to dance around in the pocket to allow your other receivers to get open, and you can find your other guy to get to that second or third progression. You know what I mean? So that's a very valid criticism. Amicus.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on, and it makes sense. Also, if they're going to do like what the Chargers did a couple of years ago and jam Tyreek at the line, that mitigates that 2.3 seconds, right? So you need to be able to be in the pocket and be a little twitchy and kind of, slide, do the little. Josh Allen is notorious for it, like that one little angle of the shoulder slide. Mahomes does it too, where the defender is coming, he just kind of sidestep the defender, step up. Him doing that more makes sense if they're going to jam Tyreek and everybody at the line. Because the whole point of jamming at the line is now where's your 2.3 seconds? You can't do the 2.3 seconds because no one's going to be at their fucking spot. So you got to sit back a little more and be twitchy and kind of wait for the play to unfold.
Yeah, and there was times like where Tua, like there was that one play where he got out of the pocket and he uses his legs to buy time and allow Smythe to get open. And he did that against the Chargers. Like he was using his legs and extending plays from within the pocket, stepping up, rolling out, and buying times for his receivers to get open. And he's getting to those second and third progressions, not focused on getting, hitting those timing routes with elite anticipation and accuracy to a certain spot. He's going through his progressions, and I've seen him like that in the Detroit line. Like even Mike McDaniel, like if you watch the and I said this many times, in the Hard Knocks, he said Tua is so much better when he's going through his progressions and distributing the football as opposed to like predetermining where he wants to go pre-snap and hitting that fucking spot, post-snap. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like I think that's a big key in helping him getting to those progressions more often and not leave so many plays on the field and that also goes with, hey, you got to take what the defense gives you. You got to hit more underneath. But credit I will give Tua is that he's been hitting his checkdowns more often. You know what I mean? And he's done a better job hitting underneath routes and taking what the defense gives him. But I still think that he still needs to continue to improve because there's some times where he's just throwing into fucking coverage and there's other guys open. You know what I mean? And that's something that he needs to improve for sure.
Yeah, well, these guys have about 6 weeks off before training camp starts.
Yeah.
The fuck are we going to do for 6 weeks? I mean, what is there even to talk about?
Nothing.
Caitlin Clark.
Do a contract. Yeah, Caitlin Clark. What's going on with her, Greenrat? Because I know you have
you're the one that brought it up.
Well,
earlier,
no,
I didn't know if you had some news or anything about it.
No. But I remember last night on the show you mentioned Caitlin Clark, right? And it kind of like nobody really bit on the bait that you were dangling out there.
Right. So I threw a little bit out there.
You did.
The long and short is Shannon Sharp was talking to Ocho Cinco or whatever the hell, Chad Johnson, and they were talking about her not making the team and stuff, and that she hadn't she didn't have the numbers to earn it, and this and that is what Chad was saying, and then Shannon came off, started running down the stats of the two players, her and
Reese
Tarazi, the one girl that's been in the league for years. Yeah.
She's like 42 years old. It's a legacy move. Yeah.
And she made it, and then he started quoting the stats, and it wasn't even close. Caitlin's stats are way ahead of her this year. So
I thought it was just an age limit. I thought you had to be like at least 26 years old because everybody on the team is no older than 26 years old. So I thought maybe she wasn't old enough to join the team, but hey, I don't know. I'm not 100%.
No.
They didn't have her on the team due to the point they thought her fans would get angry that she wasn't getting enough playing time.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
Now go ahead, Amicus. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that the women's USA team, they win the gold every fucking Olympics, right? So and they blow them out. It's like every Olympics is the 92 dream team, like men's basketball, right? So they're going to be games where they're up by 30, 40. So that argument doesn't hold any water because she would get a lot of playing time. The games would be so much of a blowout that they would empty the bench and Caitlin Clark would play a lot, actually.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, I see your point in it.
Good player, like I think she's a good on the ball player, but I think she's much better when she's moving without the ball. She's so the way she moves like off screens and gets open for a spot.
Instead of a point guard, she needs to be the shooting guard.
I think she needs to be a shooting guard. Yeah, she's a better off the ball player.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And all the other teams right now are rushing her anytime she gets the ball with like two people most of the time.
Yeah. Isn't she kind of small? How tall is she?
I don't know how tall she is, but she's not a big.
Yeah,
her height isn't bad, but I mean, and none of them could jump.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just think that
women's basketball.
You have a lot of, the NBA takes a financial deficit every single year because of the WNBA, and you have players that complain about not having first class flights or yachts or Ferraris to rent or whatever the fuck they're complaining about. It's been a lot from what I've heard, and now you have an opportunity to increase the revenue in every facet of the game, but you're mad at it. You're mad at the Golden
and no
Goose.
one's going to be watching them playing in the Olympics again this year. So
right, I won't watch, and I would, bro. I had the fucking Fever game on the other day. In fact, they just added to my package the WNBA pass, which I have. So I'm gonna look for the only games I watch is the Fever game. The only fucking game I want to watch is with Caitlin Clark. Nobody else. I don't know anybody else. I know Angel Reese because she was part of that tandem that kind of sprung them both into the spotlight.
yeah.
But that's it. I'm not going to watch her play.
The only thing she has going for her is she has a nice set of knockers. I mean, her face is butt ugly, and then she just went and had some Joker shoes made so she can be the villain. And I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, she's making money though. I got to give her credit. I mean, about that way, making her own brand and stuff. But
so Logan and the Goat in chat. I don't have any way Logan and the Goat to like pull it up, and share the comment. But you said what about the Heat? So if you could just put in the comments what you're referring to, maybe somebody on the panel knows what he's talking about, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, back to Caitlin Clark. Huge opportunity missed. But again, I have a feeling she's going to make the team. I think somebody's going to get injured.
I think something's going to happen. Someone's going to get hurt, and they're going to squeeze her right on in there after they figured out that they were dumb and everything. But no, that I had a deal on Twitter and stuff that I posted to my account that I hope I can get Bleezy to try to figure out how to run that stuff. And instead of trying to download all the stuff, just if you can share your screen, you should just be able to go to my Twitter thing and play the video, and it'll be on your screen and type deal. So, but it was just one of the WMB players that was an interview she was having, and it just shows why they don't make any money. And I mean,
Yeah. Well, I've been seeing ESPN and certain platforms talk about the WNBA a lot more, like outside of Caitlin Clark. They're showing like highlights of games and talking about it because, I don't know if you saw, but like last week, Stephen A. Smith on First Take and that one chick, they got into a little bit of a debate and she kind of louded him out, which he didn't like. He went on his podcast later on that night and kind of blasted her for implying that you've had 3 years of being the face of First Take at a high level, and you've never once really mentioned the WNBA. But she fails to realize that, well, that's because nobody gives a fuck about the WNBA. But now they do give a fuck about. Listen, a sports show is not going to talk about cricket, right? Well, when's the last time you saw Undisputed or any other sports show talk about cricket? We just had the U.S. team, by the way, beat India or one of those teams over there in cricket. It was like one of the biggest upsets of all time. I saw that. I heard about that because that's a fucking anomaly. But other than that, you don't hear anybody talk about cricket. And you're not going to hear them talk about the WNBA unless you have a bona fide golden goose superstar that transcends the sport through on talent and social media. And that's what you have right now. So you should stop bitching and complaining about it and ride that cash cow so that you can get all the things that you don't have now that you've been bitching and complaining about. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I agree with that. And hockey's kind of like cricket. Nobody gives a shit, and the Oilers are gonna come back and win that series anyhow. So,
oh shit.
Yeah, actually, I hope Florida wins because I think as a Bills fan, if the Panthers win the Stanley Cup, then that puts pressure on the Dolphins. Like, wow, it's not really our city anymore. We got a fucking hockey team. Like, we're all sweating our balls off over here, but the fucking ice hockey team won a championship, and we can't even win a fucking playoff game in 25 years. Yeah.
Barely anybody in Miami plays fucking hockey. We don't play hockey. Only the University of Miami plays fucking hockey other than the Panthers. You know what I mean? Maybe there's
that's
some
what I'm saying.
Oh, maybe, but that's all I know.
Don't you think the pressure would mount a little bit on the Dolphins fan base
That it could be that you're that one of the only hockey programs in South Florida won a championship before you did, bro?
Exactly. That's why I want the Panthers to win. I selfishly want the Florida Panthers to win for that exact reason, Spidey. Yeah.
Good. Maybe the pressure will get on the Dolphins and they'll fucking move the team.
Hell no. No.
Move the team where? What are you talking about?
To Iowa. Great place to have a Dolphin team.
Yeah. When's the last time you've been to a Dolphins game, Greenrat? Or have you ever been?
August.
Did you go down to Miami?
Yeah, I was down. I went to a preseason game. That way I didn't have to spend an arm and a leg for tickets and stuff. But I got to go down, see I saw all the players out on the field and shit like that. So it's pretty cool. I mean, it's a nice stadium. The guys at the tailgates were awesome. But Florida can fucking stick it up their ass. I don't like that state at all.
What's the closest city that plays football to you, where you live in proximity?
I'm kind of in between Kansas City, Green Bay, Detroit.
Okay.
Kind of similar. I think Kansas City's 3.5, 4 hours from here. So I would have went to the playoff game, but I wasn't fucking stupid and gonna go sit out in the cold.
Well, if the Dolphins would have won the division last year like they were supposed to, quote unquote, then you would have had a game in Kansas City this year that you could go see.
I would have had a game last year if the sons of bitches wouldn't have put it in fucking across the pond.
Yeah, right.
That was supposed to be at Kansas City too. So I wasn't very happy about any of the places we were going at any time against the Chiefs. So anyhow, whatever, pissed me off.
What's good, TDR?
Oh, where's TDR? TDR, the link.
Yeah.
The link is in the chat. Where are
It's
the
like
parents, Bleezy and CT? Yeah, there. Listen, when the mice, when the cat is away, the mice will play. And CT is cat without the A. So
CT is on a plane flying around everywhere. That's where he's at.
The final boss.
Huh? What happened?
I said the final boss.
Who's the final boss? I'm the final boss.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't need CT around here.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, well, like Greenrat just said, the fucking plane took off a long time ago and it never fucking landed. It's still up in the air, flying around.
Oh my god!
It's just nobody can hear the jet engines right now. You know?
Yeah.
Like does the tree when the tree falls in the forest, do you hear it? Does it still make a sound? I don't know. Like CT's still talking right now. I fucking guarantee you, he's talking somewhere. We just can't hear him.
Nah, Greenrat was texting me today. He was texting me before the show. Like CT would have fucking. He couldn't land his point. Like he was still talking and talking.
Yeah. It never runs out of gas, Spidey. Never. Endless tank. So. Yeah.
I can't believe he hasn't showed back up on the show yet.
Yeah, I
think that we get him out here, but
Logan and Goat 888, Los Angeles Lakers all the way. And TDR, man, click the link and come up here. Like inquiring minds want to know what you think about all the shit we talked about tonight, including the Tua contract.
Ah man.
Okay, so TDR is in the back. So we need CT. Now we need him to land the fucking plane, get in here and click people through. So how do we make that happen?
Amicus, you know how it is, bro. That bitch is stuck on autopilot.
Well, Greenrat, can you can you DM CT and see if he's still coherent? I'm gonna take your silence as acquiescence.
There you go.
I'm on it.
Okay, right on.
I was talking, but my mic was muted. So.
Okay. So here we go. We have life.
BT finally landed.
Yeah, I made it up.
Hey, man, come on. I done told y'all I've been hanging out with the wife and the family, man. We did s'mores. We've been doing a freaking bonfire. It's Father's Day weekend.
Yes,
Shout
sir.
out to Amicus and other fathers. Happy Father's Day. Love all you boys. I told you when there's somebody in the back, just text me.
I did.
Yep, and I appreciate it. Like I said, yeah. Hey, you can't blame me for fucking how long it takes me to get here because I just got the text and I just came in. But love you boys.
That's
hey,
pretty
you
quick,
guys
man.
have been
Not gonna
killing
lie.
it, man.
Yeah, man. We're here holding it down. You know how it is.
Hey, we appreciate it. I'm glad y'all are having a great conversation.
Hey, happy
these boys.
Father's Day, CD.
Hey, appreciate it, man. And shout out to all fathers everywhere. Happy Father's Day. Because it is actually fucking midnight. So it is Father's Day. So
yeah, happy Father's Day to you all, Amicus, CT, TDR.
Thank you, y'all.
Yeah.
Thanks.
TDR said, where are the parents?
It's not midnight in the real world yet. Come on.
Oh, just because you fuckers over there on the frickin', in the flyover states.
Central Time. You mean the heart of America? Yep. That's where we're at.
Hey, I appreciate it, man.
Happy Father's Day, CT.
Hey, appreciate you guys. But always holding it down for MDC. We love you guys. Those of y'all watching, there's fucking 102 of you. I know all of you guys aren't on YouTube, but come on over to YouTube, smash that like button, hit the subscribe, hit that notification bell. We're here every fucking Monday at 8:30, and we got the boys helping us out tonight. We've been doing impromptu shows throughout the week. This is the fourth show this week. We appreciate it. Greenrat, Amicus, you guys are the boys. Truly appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem. Ironically, I will say that the one time CT comes on to bring somebody from the back, he somehow managed to still have the longest take of the night.
I know.
What's up, TDR? What you doing, bro?
Don't make me shut the show down. Don't make me do that.
I unfortunately missed most of the show. I just got back from like a watch party.
Oh, let me,
Panthers getting
if you don't
destroyed.
mind, let me give you a quick synopsis, a quick rundown of some micro bullet points of what we've covered. Tua's contract, the injustice of Caitlin Clark, WWE Clash at the Castle, and
Josh Allen is hurt.
and Josh Allen being the greatest quarterback that we've ever seen. So take your pick.
That's
Pick your
cap.
poison.
That's cap. That's cap.
Well, I've seen Josh Allen, the greatest quarterback, like every time I'm up here. So I'm gonna pass on. I mean, we could talk about Tua's contract, but it's just like, what is there to talk about? The dude
It's
needs to get
mundane at
paid.
this point.
I mean, I kind of like the contract.
I don't think that we have an option out, so he's gonna get paid.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Well, I have
what's it gonna
some
be? It's
TDR.
gonna be 55.
I got some TDR that we mentioned earlier that you missed about the Tua contract. It was stated by Cap, and then I followed up on it that when he made that comment at the press conference about saying that, it's the market price, whatever the market is. Like, to me, that was him screaming to the world that the reason why he doesn't have a contract yet is because he's not getting the market price of what he thinks he deserves. Like, what do you think about it being kind of unnecessary for him to even mention that?
Well, he also said that he's a lot closer too. He emphasized it, so it kind of made me feel like they lowballed him probably going in.
Right.
But
Yeah.
That's what Chris Greer usually does. He just lowball. Every time he makes an offer, he lowballs.
That's his thing, yeah. And Athletes First over there, man, they are real stiff sticklers, They want every little nickel and dime that they can get. So I think it's probably just two, hard head negotiators going at it right now.
Guys, breaking news, as Bleezy would say, Legend Goat or whatever it is says Josh Allen is overrated.
Yeah, I saw that. That's Cap. I mean, listen, man, some people are haters. It just is what it is. There's nobody in their right mind that can look at Josh Allen and say he's overrated. If anything, the fucking guy is underrated. Underrated. So, yeah, let's commence. Move on.
Did he say Nick Chubb could be better with one leg than Josh Allen, or is he better? Is he going to be better for surgery? I don't know. I didn't understand that.
We also talked about the Madden ratings at quarterback.
Oh yeah. Tua has the 6th highest Madden rating. Bro, it was an injustice for me to see Joe Burrow ahead of fucking Josh Allen. Josh Allen had a 92.
Wild, dude.
Yeah, 92, and Joe Burrow had a 93.
I mean, well, look, they probably put him real high, but then like on career mode, he just immediately gets injured.
Yeah,
right,
Lamar, bro. Yeah, I know, right? Lamar Jackson is 98. I think it was like second, right? I think he was second or third or something like that. I think he had a 98 or something like that. Rated that high.
How do they figure? How do they figure that out, Spidey? You probably know. Do they take in speed and all that type of stuff to get the final one?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I guess throwing power and speed, athleticism, I guess. I don't know.
No, TDR made a good point. in Madden, just stop the run against the Bengals and force Joe Burrow to throw the ball like 50 times, and eventually he'll injure his wrist. Some shit like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Probable. That's so opinionated. Madden is so opinionated. They don't take, next gen stats, PFF stats, anything like that. It's like a whole bunch of guys in a room that are like, all right, what are we going to come up with?
Yeah. Yeah, and they only put. Well, that's what. That's what we were talking about earlier. Is like where they come up with this shit, right? And I think it's a combination of public opinion, because there's a lot of public opinion that Joe Burrow is like the second or third best quarterback in the league, right? And I don't know why, but he went to that one Super Bowl, and he only goes to that Super Bowl because of 13 fucking seconds, because the Bills would have beat the Bengals that year, in my opinion. We had.
I agree.
So
I agree. I think you guys would have went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I was very surprised. That was a super team that y'all had. That was wild. And that was probably the best game I've ever seen, a playoff game. The 13-second game, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, y'all watching it from a standpoint of not really caring who. I mean, I'm sure y'all were rooting against the Bills just because in division rival.
No, I don't actually. If we're not in it, I'm like, and I'm probably strange like this, but I'm like, yo, I want somebody from the division to fucking win.
Really? Wow.
Yeah,
I think you're an anomaly in that regard, TDR.
I think so. I think so. Unless it's the fucking Jets. If it's the Jets, no, hell no.
There's no way on the 5th and 6th Super Bowl by Brady you were like, fuck yeah, come on, let's go for number 6. Let's go. Like, no way. There's no way.
No, I was like, dude, I want to see greatness. I wanted to see Tom Brady break all the records, do everything that he could,
Yeah.
I like
Miami greatness, Dolphins. Dude. I'm magnetized to it.
Yeah, I'm a fan of greatness too. I know what you mean.
It's the Miami Dolphins or the NFC for, no AFC team can win, but the Dolphins.
Yeah, that's how most people think. I think Greenrat. But I do get what TDR is saying, because, like, some people would call it bandwagon. It's not a bandwagon. My team's the Buffalo Bills, and that's it. I don't give a fuck about any other team, right? But if I see greatness, and I constantly, like, except for Patrick Mahomes, he's the only one because he sickens me. But besides that, especially in other sports and whatnot, if there's greatness, like with Jokic in the NBA, right? Like what he's been doing the past 3 years. That's really neat to see that level of greatness from somebody and the stats that he puts up. Or even Anthony Edwards, for the Minnesota Timberwolves. The fact that people were comparing him to Jordan because of his personality and playing style. And when he went on that run before the Mavericks ended his little run, the prospect of seeing something great has always intrigued me as well. So I get what you mean.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I can't see any greatness in any NBA players anymore on the way the game has changed. I mean, to me, it's a joke a bit. I mean, there's a bunch of skilled players that can shoot the ball really well, but when most teams don't play defense, they pick up the ball, walk about 5 steps, throw the ball back on the ground, and they keep dribbling. I mean, that's pathetic and embarrassing to the NBA.
Yeah, but
really,
go ahead. I only mentioned the NBA because I was thinking of like an example, right? But you can go track and field. For instance, when Usain Bolt was winning gold medals, right? You root for Americans allegedly, right, in the Olympics, but I was rooting for Usain Bolt because it was greatness personified, and you want to see greatness continue to be great. I think that's kind of what you're talking about, right, TDR?
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, like did anybody not
hater on somebody who is perfecting their craft, like literally going in and putting in so much work hours that we couldn't even possibly fucking imagine,
right?
And then they're coming out and they're better and they're better and they continue to grow. And
so you guys are gonna watch the champion of curling?
No.
Okay, okay. I had to make sure there was a point where you guys wouldn't Okay, I'm good.
I have to be able to assimilate to it. I cannot assimilate to curling.
Right.
But you did see that the U.S. team beat like one of the champions of cricket, and it was like one of the biggest sports upsets of all time. Did you hear about that?
No, I missed that one.
Yeah, that was like last week. You know, you never hear the word cricket ever, but it like flashed across the screen that Team USA beat the champion of cricket or some shit. I don't fucking know.
God
Yeah,
damn,
but
we're terrible. We're gonna take over friggin' rugby. We're just taking the world's money. We're taking the world's freaking lunch money. That's what we're doing.
yeah, if we start doing good at cricket, man, I mean the world's about to end. I'll tell you that right now. Shit's going down.
All you're gonna hear about me for that sport is crickets.
Yeah.
That's it.
Touche.
You
Pardon the pun, Greenrat. That was
right.
good. That was good.
Sometimes.
But anyways, yeah, greatness. You know, when the Patriots went undefeated, they're and I hate the Patriots, right? I do remember there being a side of me. Now I know y'all didn't want this because of the undefeated Miami Dolphins, but there was a side of me that said this is greatness. Like to have an undefeated season, this would be awesome. And of course, it didn't happen. And y'all were, I'm sure y'all were throwing parties and shit.
Not me.
What was that like as a Dolphins fan? Were y'all like sweating bullets during that Super Bowl?
I think a lot of people were, but I don't know. I mean, there's just maybe the actual team that did it. Those guys were for sure. But again, you know, like to me, that's like ancient. That's like before my time. I care about all of the moving parts and how that adds up for next year.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm weird. Like as soon as the season cuts off, I'm like fucking more excited because now it's draft season. Now it's like now I'm scouting and shit. I want to learn who's what and all that. You know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. We were talking about that not too long ago. Like, we got 6 weeks. What are we going to do for 6 weeks? Because
I know
there's
Irving
nothing.
likes that. Irving, you were in the draft pretty hard, right?
Irving took off.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he dropped a second ago.
Okay.
He'll be back. He usually drops and hops back.
There is a topic that we haven't touched on tonight. I just remembered. Unfortunately, Colin Kaepernick will be. How was it stated?
I haven't heard his name in like 4 years.
He will be boycotting the NFL until the kicker from Kansas City has been cut.
Oh,
So I know everyone's worried about Colin Kaepernick watching the NFL and stuff.
You're talking about Butker.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Like I won't get into the whole thing because like I understand both ways, but let's be fucking real, man. Colin Kaepernick didn't start making moves until he was already riding the bench, you know?
Right. That's the truth.
And you know, it definitely it sparked a movement. Whether that movement was good or bad, it's kind of difficult to discern.
Yeah.
Because there's part of it that was good and some of it that was real bad. So it's, you know.
For me, I don't think there was any good, really. But the problem with it was he has his right to do it, but it was the time and the place that he did it. Change that, and nobody would have had a problem with it.
Yeah, well, I think TDR hit the nail on the head again tonight. With you know, it's not like he did this right after leading his team to the Super Bowl. Like he didn't win it, but he took his team to the Super Bowl that year, right? This shit happened after he was already. Huh?
That was year one, wasn't it?
That was year one, right?
I don't think he was the starter. I think he came in later in the year.
No, but he played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
You know?
he was the quarterback. It was the same time Alex Smith was there.
Exactly, and he looked like he was the next big thing, and then all of a sudden just fell off, and then he started talking about all that shit. So, you know, if you're on top of the world and you're starting everything, you usually don't ruffle the feathers like that because you don't want to lose your position in the game.
Yeah, he lost his starting job, and then that's when it all started.
Right. It's always the guys that don't have anything to lose that seem to come out of the woodwork and start, you know, the next movement in life. So it was a good point, I thought, TDR.
Yeah, and also he friggin' if it were my money, I'm not gonna bet on this guy that seems to, you know, I understand his movement, I understand what he wanted from it, but he's over here reciting things that were like there are there's injustices in the world, and that's just inevitable because we're humans, we're fucked up.
Yeah,
but this dude was seriously like talking about shit that wasn't, you know, like somebody reaching for a fucking cop's gun and getting shot, and, you know, causing a whole stir over this shit. And I'm like, dude, man, you know, like, research your shit before you start. Like, if you want to talk about specifics like Trayvon Martin and stuff like that, yeah, okay, that's injustice. But
which one was that? Was that the one in Florida?
Yeah, that was the one in Florida. But if you want to talk about Michael Brown and ride that to hell, and everybody is, you know, is rioting over stuff like that, dude, you know, that's unfair, man.
Well, what the fuck did Butker actually say that was so offensive? Because the only thing I remember him saying, so about the, like, didn't he say something about stay-at-home moms?
Yeah,
or like
pretty
the
much he was saying women should be stay at home and take care of the kids in the kitchen.
Yeah, so my wife's a stay-at-home mom. They call it, I think the cool kids call it a trad wife, right?
Yeah,
go ahead,
I don't
TDR.
know. What he said specifically was to Catholic women who have this belief that they are better in the household. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with that or whatever, but that is a whole religion of people that prioritize that. And so he's speaking at a Catholic school for their graduation. He's saying some of y'all, you know, go on to have great careers and everything, but I think most of you are going to be happier if you're in a household. Okay, whatever, man. He's Catholic. They're Catholic. I care less. I'm not Catholic.
So his comments needed a little more context, is what you're saying, to the normal person.
Yeah, dude, I have to listen to my son that is 10 years old come to me, and this is a Florida school still, and he comes to me and says, we had sex ed today, and, you know, the teacher, I said, did she talk about anything like, you know, trans rights or gay rights or anything like that? No, but she did tell me that, like, some men can get pregnant.
Yeah.
Like, the fuck, dude?
Yeah. No, it's gotten crazy, bro. It's gotten crazy. I mean, I'm going to be honest. So real quick, I have a couple of thoughts on this. One, he spoke about what they call the trad wife, right? Which is a traditional wife. I work for a big corporate Fortune 50 company that does a lot of the, you know, they force meetings on us to talk about a lot of this shit sometimes, and you get a lot of people on that have different opinions. But I remember specifically, like 6 months ago, I was in a meeting where everybody was talking about how, you know, it was celebrating like Women's Month or whatever, and the career of women, but it didn't, which is great, you know, but they took it too far where instead of just celebrating, you know, like independence of women or women's careers, whatever, they were making it to where like you could only be a successful advocate for women if you only believe that women should only go and get careers. Meaning, if you thought a woman is better suited at home raising her children, then now all of a sudden you are against independent women, which is fucking ludicrous and batshit crazy. The two don't have any correlation. Like, my wife's a stay-at-home mom, but she chooses to be a stay-at-home mom to homeschool our children because we don't want our children to go through the shit that you just mentioned, TDR, where a fucking teacher is talking about all that other, extracurricular bullshit that we rather a random teacher not fucking talk about. You know what I mean? So,
these things are complicated, and it certainly doesn't end with some men can be pregnant.
Right. So I think it's just gotten to the point where, like, if Butker makes a comment like that, like you said, it was a specific religion at a school about that religion and the traditional wife mindset. If anybody even mentions that they like that lifestyle, all of a sudden, instead of just embracing that, hey, that chick over there enjoys being a stay-at-home mom, now all of a sudden that same chick doesn't have a fucking backbone and is against everything that a career woman should strive to be. That's ludicrous to me. I don't get it.
Right.
Yeah.
These are from the same people that say babies are parasites until they exit the womb and shit like that. It's just postmodern. Like, man, I think that sometimes people think of me as radical, and I'm not at all. I am very libertarian, central. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've always been that way. But I see some of this shit, and I will speak up about it. I do not care what people think if they're going to be radical. You can be liberal and be sensible. You can be conservative and be sensible. It's this postmodern liberalism that the regular liberals are allowing into their households.
Right.
And that's the problem, dude. If you're liberal, you better speak up against that kind of stuff, because that should not fly with you.
Right. And getting back to the Kaepernick thing, it's at this point, and I didn't hear that, Greenrat, but I know you stay on top of your shit, so I'm going to assume that it's credible, obviously. But if that's what he's saying now, to me, bro, this is really reaching, right? Because how do you go from the movement that you helped spark to now getting mad at somebody's opinion at what some women prefer to do? Like, there's a movement now where women are. This is a real movement. It's called Tradwife, where women are trying to come back into that lifestyle because there was this one girl on YouTube who kind of made it popular again, where she went and started mocking all these other women. Now, maybe she did it distastefully, but she was saying, hey, all you women that want to go out there and have all these careers and everything and do all this, like, you're missing out on this, that, and all this. So she was just making the bullet points that, hey, I enjoy spending time with my children. I enjoy raising them. I enjoy teaching them. I enjoy not having somebody else raise them as much as me, And that should be embraced as well. So I don't know what Kaepernick's agenda is to go from that thing that he did 5 years ago. It's almost like anything political, I'm going to throw my name in the hat and try to attach myself to it to make me relevant again.
I think the relevant thing is the whole point of it. I don't think it mattered what it was. He just went back in the limelight again. I mean, a kid that was raised by a bunch of white parents, I mean, doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Maybe he's mad that he didn't he change didn't he have like a workout, but he had stipulations on the workout, and people are like, fuck that, you can't stipulate anything, you're not in the league. And
he's had a couple different. He actually had supposedly a contract with the Ravens, almost, and they were going to have him signed, but his girlfriend ran her mouth and ruined it. So
didn't he cancel?
Yeah, he canceled. That's what I was talking about.
Then there was another one where the NFL set him up a deal to do tryouts, and then he didn't want to go to the one place, and still quite a few of them made it there, but they had to change venues and shit like that.
Yeah.
And
and last year in 2024, he had like a 99 as like a historic. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was never a part in Colin Kaepernick's life that he was a 99. But it's just stupid.
Now, what do you mean 99? I missed something.
Like, he was the perfect player. Like, you know how they give them rating?
Yeah.
He had a 90.
Bro, I remember seeing them play, and I'm thinking,
why?
well, I remember seeing them play TDR, and I was thinking, like, this guy has a fucking arm. He's mobile. He was Patrick Mahomes before there was a Patrick Mahomes, in my opinion. Like, he resembled what
he was a little more like Lamar Jackson, I would say.
But he had an arm. I remember Kaepernick having an arm and being very. He was impressive with his arm talent. Y'all didn't think so?
And he could run.
Yeah.
What?
That he had like a good arm.
Oh yeah, he had a good arm.
Yeah.
But he was also throwing a lot of picks outside of the Super Bowl run, and then like the very next year he was good but not like awesome. And then the next year they started getting rid of more talent, and then he started degrading, and
right.
You know, he couldn't operate. I mean, who knows? What if Patrick Mahomes had a situation similar where the Chiefs started taking away his talent, and you see that he's not a great processor. Now he's not able to play backyard football. Is he as good? I mean, I
can tell you, Mahomes did not have a very good regular season, to my opinion, but he sure turned it on in the playoffs, though.
It's interesting that y'all say that, because I'm one of the proponents, or one of the guys who think that, listen, I'm not saying Mahomes is not great, but I do think that there's some intangibles that are going on that enhance that greatness more so than the average person may realize. Like, he's a great quarterback, but the godlike status that Patrick Mahomes has, I think, is a bit overrated. Not based on his accomplishments. That's not overrated, but I think the factors of how he got to those accomplishments are more nuanced than people give credit to.
Yeah, it's called Travis Kelce.
Yeah, and it's called Andy Reid.
You know? And a great defense that carried them through the regular season by the skin of their teeth. Just about. I mean, they got lucky. They had a good record, even though he wasn't great this past season. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, these guys are catching balls after dropping everything.
Right. Yeah, how many times, TDR and Greenrat? How many fucking times? Because I know how many times I've seen it. How many times have you seen Mahomes make the dumbest play you could imagine, where the ball should be a fucking pick six, and somehow he just gets lucky? Like, I'm telling you, man, like, People want to get on Josh Allen for certain decisions. Mahomes makes those same dumb decisions, but he gets away with it because of the talent around him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, there's a buttload of plays back when Tyreek Hill was playing for Kansas City where he had nothing to do with Mahomes. He just threw the ball up to an area and Tyreek would go find it. You know, he put enough air under it, and Tyreek would just break to a spot on the field, and that's where Tyreek would end up. A ton of underthrows with Tyreek, and that's what I am probably the most impressed with Tua this last year and Tyreek, is the first year Tua and Tyreek could not connect on the deep balls. I mean, he'd get some completed, but this last year, I mean, look at most of the throws to him, to Tyreek. I mean, they were just fucking right in the breadbasket and stuff. Tyreek came out saying that, you know, I just can't run full speed all the time because it's hard for a quarterback to be able to judge where you're going to be at what time if you're just, you know, half speed and then full speed and whatever. So that's kind of part of the timing and stuff that Tyreek and Tua have been able to accomplish this last year.
Well, it's an interesting conversation because I can look at Mahomes and think that, right, about the nuances of the team and the intangibles around them. I can also do it in reverse for a guy like Tua. Like, okay, if you take Waddle and Tyreek away, what is Tua really going to do with just a mediocre wide receiver core based on, what I consider to be some limitations of his quarterback play? That's interesting to me, right? Joe Burrow. You got Higgins and Chase. What do you look like without those two guys? All right. Josh Allen put up some big numbers, but he had Stephon Diggs. Well, this year, now we can see if Josh Allen is a true truck, right? And if he's really just that elite game changer, because he has nobody to throw the ball to now. So let's see what he does, and I think he'll do great. There's a lot of factors like that we can look at.
And that's what's so interesting to me about the league.
Yeah.
And it's just like ever changing. You think you know one thing and then you'll find out something else, that's and it's just all speculation here, and we can have a lot of fun with that, but the game still has to get played.
Don't you think that's also what makes, and I'll tell you this, I didn't see the greatness of Brady until after he retired or after he left the Patriots, because the same thing we're talking about now, Brady didn't really, he had Gronk. Don't get me wrong. He had Gronk. I shouldn't say that. But he didn't have some elite wide receiver core. In fact, the one wide receiver that he had that was elite, they didn't even win the fucking Super Bowl with when he was on the team, Randy Moss, right? And he never had an offensive head coach. He had a defensive head coach. And Brady wasn't some world beater of arm talent, but he was fucking smart. And he understood the nuances of the game and where to place that ball to make it happen, And he did it 6 times for the Patriots to win the championship and 7 overall. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't say that Brady had everything around him, because he really literally epitomizes taking a bunch of nobodies and making them special. And I hated Brady.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I hated Brady, but I'm respecting him more and more now in his retirement than I ever did when he played.
Well, I heard a conversation about Brady and the Patriots and stuff, and kind of what they were saying is Brady was Brady, like you say, consistent, smart, and everything. But he learned at the end of games that, his defense was going to get a couple stops. They're going to finally put the ball in the end zone. Just be patient, and they'll end up winning the game at the end. It's just how it worked for them. But it was predicated on Bill Belichick's fucking defense.
Sure.
Yeah, there's never been a more perfect situation for a quarterback. He came to the league. He had a great running game, great defense. They were able to push through and win a Super Bowl with him being mediocre for a couple of years. And he started getting it and figuring it out. And then they started adding these pieces, and the buy-in was just unreal, bro. You talk about the Patriots Kool-Aid.
Exactly. Yeah.
And every single one of those guys were all about the Patriots way. And if you weren't, you were Josh Gordon, you were gone.
Yeah. And if he had the ball at the end of the game, it was a foregone conclusion because you knew he wasn't going to make the big mistake.
Oh yeah.
And that's my problem with Allen. That's not Josh Allen. He'll make the big mistake, and that's part of the fucking problem. That's why we don't have a Super Bowl ring right now. One of the reasons. See, I'm not all like hoorah, Josh Allen. Like, I admit where I'm not Mikey, man. I'm not Michael K. I don't sit there.
I thought you were going to say wide right, but that's just me.
That was last year with Tyler Bass. By the way, he had a really bad minicamp, and he was missing them left and right, too. We have a kicker problem. I don't know where this came from because the kid did good the first couple of years, but all of a sudden, he's like a Kaepernick. He forgot how to play the position.
It's the yips.
Get in their heads. Players get in their heads.
Well, he better fucking
for
figure
any
it
spot
out.
on the football team, the kicker is the one that, you got to think of where they kick that ball and to get it to where they need to get it all the time. I mean, it's precision, for them good kickers and stuff. Hats off to the kickers. I mean, that's a hard position to play. Not physical, but
I guess, man.
You don't get the reps throughout the entire game, really.
Right? You come in
all
cold
of a sudden you have this
to win a game, and
that's a good point.
well, think about how many quarter inch of a quarter inch on that football if you're left or right, and it shanks it, and
that's bullshit because you get the extra point. That's a rep.
Yeah. But
well, now it is a little bit more than it was before. Before it was just like, And
you have the little fucking net on the sideline. You can kick into that shit all fucking day long.
Yeah, but there's a different thing between a chip shot extra point and a 55-yarder.
The pressure. I think the pressure for a moment like that is bigger than a quarterback having to make a 50-yard pass, because the quarterback, the ball is hiked. Even if you're nervous before the ball is hiked, once that ball is hiked and these big motherfuckers are coming after your ass, you kind of get in the game and get in the zone. You have no choice. You get into it really quickly, inherently, naturally. But a kicker, man, nobody's really coming after you. It's just you and that fucking ball. And there's something eerie about that,
And that few minutes right before that huge kick, you're going, fuck, they're going to kill me if I miss this kick.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to the Super Bowl if we miss this kick.
No, you're right. I went golfing today, 9 holes. Me and the wife did, the wife and I. And, I had a great front 9 like a week ago. Shot really, really well. But today, the first couple of holes, I figured it out. But the first couple of holes was just horrendous, I think I double bogeyed and triple bogeyed hole 1 and 2. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And it's just that it's standing over that ball, man. The ball's not moving, right? Nobody's coming after me. It's just the fucking 7-iron in my hand from 165 yards out. And I know what to do. I know the mechanics. I know the shot. I know the zone, the feeling, the motion, everything. And I hit a bad shot. And I do it for 2 holes in a row, and it just doesn't even make sense to me. But that's kind of like being a kicker, man. And
I thought a bogey was really good.
Well, I double bogeyed and triple bogeyed. That's not good.
Well, double and triple. Well, hell, that's even better. A triple bogey.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Just saying. If you ever watch me golf.
You ever get on the golf course and you're like trying to turn the head of the club and it's slicing and you're like, then you turn it the opposite way. You're like making all these adjustments on 18 holes and it just drives you fucking mad because you just played a perfect game the week before,
Yep.
Golf is very frustrating, man.
My best shot was on a par 3. And I hit it with my putter. I lipped the cup with my putter.
From like 2 feet out? That was your best shot?
No. From the tee.
You hit the ball with the putter from the tee?
Hell yeah. Like, I think it was
golf?
Yeah, what were you, a putt-putt?
No, it was one of our home golf courses. I'd probably say, I think it was a par 3. So
I promise you it was a par 3.
So I mean, it is what it is when we got out there. But my next door neighbor I grew up with, he's one of the caddies of one of the PGA guys that won a couple years ago. One of the younger guys and stuff. He's his caddy and stuff. So he spent his life doing that. And we used to go out golfing all the time. And obviously he was better than I was. But
TDR, do you golf?
Yeah, I haven't in a little while, but yeah, I've golfed since I was a kid, man. I went to golf camp many, many times and all that. So,
At this moment, would you consider yourself a scratch golfer, or you like?
No.
What do you like? What's your handicap?
No, I'm a very casual golfer at the moment.
Okay, all right. So, but you can still visualize and appreciate this story. Dog leg left, right? I mean, a 90-degree fucking bend. So you can imagine the little grandma's house on the corner of that bend with the woods all surrounding it, right?
Yep.
I'm going off the tee, trying to work it right to left to get it in the fairway for my second shot into the green, par 4. I shank it hard left, but I crank it good. You know, I put a good hit on it, but it's just going hard left. Well, I'm like, oh man, this fucking thing is through grandma's house or in the woods behind their house, something, right? I'm looking for my ball. I don't see it. I look up on the green and I see something. I'm like, there's no fucking way. I go up to the green and 10 feet from the hole is my ball. It went over grandma's house, through the woods, literally like the nursery rhyme, and somehow landed on the green. So I hit the tee shot on a par 4 and landed on the green.
Oh wow!
I'll never do that again. It's an anomaly.
Close it out on the putt.
Let's not talk about that. I 3-putted and ended up parring it. There's no fucking way. Yeah, I did it.
Have you ever hit a hole in one?
No, not yet.
I've hit a hole in one.
Really, man.
Yeah. When I was
That's
a kid.
awesome. I've never had an eagle either. Only birdies.
Have you played? Well, you're not down here. Do you ever come down here?
Yeah, I just got back from Florida like a week ago. I took the wife to Universal Studios for her birthday.
Well, we got a bunch of good courses, but PGA is a really tough course.
Oh yeah. Well, Miami, man. I mean, yeah, I would love. Listen, the wife and I are going to take a trip down to Miami sooner than later, and we're going to play some golf. I was going to do it for week 2. It's still not off the table, but there's some things coming up around that time. My birthday's around that time, and I think the wife has something else planned. So, but we want to come down to Miami and watch a football game against the Dolphins and play some golf. That's on the table.
Yeah, I got the hookup in Fisher Island.
Bro, I'll find you. I'll find you somehow on Twitter or something. I'll reach out when we come down there. Give us
let me know.
Show us the ropes. Give us the hookup.
My buddy does all the landscaping and all of that. I forget what they call that.
Oh, the golf maintenance.
Yeah, but he's like the head of it. I forget what.
Because I did golf maintenance when I was 16. Groundskeeper. Yeah, but it's like
it's something else. I forget. But
it's like
Island,
a manager. It's
exclusive.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like a golf maintenance manager kind of position or whatever. But like you have to actually go. You have to have a degree in college for the position you're talking about, which is crazy. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I have been invited out there. And that would be cool. I mean, the freaking HOA for that island is unbelievable. You're talking about like, $600,000 a year.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, well you got to be that's not even millionaire status. That's like a billionaire. You got to be a billionaire for that type of shit. Fucking HOA fee, $600,000 a year. Mine's $100.
Hey, I went to a cigar thing down in the Keys the other day, and it was in Ocean Reef Club, and that place is unbelievable, dude. That
that's
place
another
is $1 million a year.
Bro, are you a cigar smoker?
It's $1 million a year HOA, and you cannot if you weren't born with $10 million, you're not going to even be considered to buy a property there.
Right.
It's like that. Like, put it this way: I was there, and I think I told you that I was there, and kids were cruising around in a golf cart and hit one of the guys that worked there, and that dude got fired.
Yeah. 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 So I remember talking to you about cigars one time. Like, I think you mentioned you're a cigar smoker, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
smoke
Yeah.
it.
Me too. Yeah. Yeah. I have an Oliva Series V, which is my go-to budget cigar. I have one in my hand right now.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's good for something that's not like allocated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a $10 cigar, but in my discovery, because everybody should go through their discovery when it comes to pipe tobacco or cigars. I smoke both pipe tobacco and cigars, but my discovery in cigars, I haven't found a $10 cigar that's better than the Oliva Series G. If you have any suggestions for $10, please let me know. I'll be glad to try it if I haven't. But yeah.
Yeah, for a little bit more than that, the Plasencia 149 is really good.
Yeah. Okay. Right on. And for a little bit more than that, the Monte Cristo #2 is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Monte Cristo gets real high.
yeah, well, it's about $20 cigar, #2.
It can get higher than that, 50s.
Yeah, oh,
Not
yeah.
that
You're
one,
talking,
but that brand Monte Cristo can get really,
sure.
really high.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's like certain Padrones, whatever, 1926, 1964. Those are typically about $30, $35 cigars. But yeah, I have a friend of mine who smoked $1,000 cigar one time, and I forget the name of it. But he said it was no better than a fucking $20 cigar, in his honest opinion.
Like most things.
Yeah.
Wine, every time I haven't drank in 2 years, but when I used to drink bourbon or wine. Reds mostly. And anytime I'd drink something that's real high dollar, I was always just unimpressed.
Yeah. Greenrat. No smoking on this show. Whatever. I'll turn the fucking camera on right now and light another Oliva. Let's go. In here. Yeah.
EP
The
Carrillo,
only
Wingman.
smoking that's gonna happen on this show is me smoking your takes.
Yeah. Speaking of smoking takes, I don't know where CT is or how long he's going to have this going or whatnot, but I am curious about something we talked about earlier, and TDR wasn't here, and it was the prospect of the losing the weight. We had an interesting conversation, bro, where I had mentioned that he got injured, so he bulked up, right, and now he's losing that weight to be a little more twitchy and mobile. I figured maybe McDaniels had talked to him and said, hey, I can open up the playbook and do all kinds of crazy shit. The same way defenses are scared of Josh Allen, we can add this other element to the game. And if we have to force a spy on you, or they have to at least defend your run a little bit with Waddle and Tyreek, we could just stretch the field and cause all kinds of havoc. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he got hurt because he didn't know how to fall, and they were doing whatever they could to keep this kid in the league because, I mean, he had another year like that, he probably would have retired. But I think what they found was the solution was he was just unable to roll out, which is, crazy to me. I feel like we learned this kind of stuff when we were kids, right?
Yeah.
How to guard ourselves and not just hit the back of our heads off of something.
Yeah.
But that's what he was doing.
But Tua didn't even know how to fucking slide. Yeah. I mean, so that makes you wonder what he did when he was a kid.
Well, he still doesn't, right?
He was the number one. He was the number one mobile quarterback in Hawaii. So he never had to figure it out for whatever reason. I mean, and if you look at tape from back then, the kid was running people over. You know, he was running, 50-yard touchdowns and stuff. And then all of a sudden you get into Alabama, and Alabama is, everybody's wide open, and then you get into the NFL and it's completely different. Now you're going to have to take hits from big boys.
Yeah, but that's like saying you're the number one swimmer in the Sahara Desert. I mean, is that really a notch under your belt?
Well, he never had to play with kids from Pompano. I know that. He never had to play St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah.
These kids down here, man, or in Texas or in a lot of these places that just all they do is it's football, football, football. You got 300-pounders at freaking high school level.
The other thing I was thinking is because of defenses like jamming Tyreek at the line or whatnot, and the scheme by McDaniels is basically, hey, get rid of the ball in 2.3 seconds. If you can open up his mobility a little bit and twitchiness to stay in the pocket longer than 2.3 seconds, get past those jams, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities as well.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't think that he's going to be Kyler Murray. But, in the same token, I think he's going to be a little bit more mobile and maybe get those 7 yards and, kind of threaten an area where he just wouldn't. But more than anything, I think he had a problem with just simply rolling out. He was getting caught from behind in situations that he just shouldn't have been.
Right. That's a good point.
Right, but that goes back to kind of what I said earlier is, I guess he did it when he was younger, so it's probably something he knows how to do, but I kind of find that is, a trait of a quarterback that can, extend plays and not really run anywhere. They're just elusive even outside of the pocket.
Well,
like I say, Patrick Mahomes will run to the right, then bounce around a little bit, move up just a little bit, and still throw the ball. I mean,
wouldn't you think?
I think that's just something some quarterbacks do.
Wouldn't you think that he's going to have greater confidence knowing that he can get away from something, even if it's in the pocket, even if the pocket is collapsing? And, even Tom Brady, who was not known as a mobile quarterback, he knew how to reset and get to where he needed to go before you threw that ball.
I watched Dan Marino run around the end and score a touchdown. He wasn't mobile, but he did it. But I don't know. I just think, that's... I think it's more for being able to be more elusive in the pocket. And like you said, maybe... What was that?
I was saying like a Mahomes. I mean, I know people look at Mahomes as like this really, really mobile quarterback, and he is, but he's not a Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. He's not the guy that can...
No.
He's more twitchy in the pocket and prances around like a ballerina and makes you miss.
Even when he's outside of the pocket. That's the stuff I'm talking. Tua is never going to have that now. That's just not going to be him. I don't think the losing the weight's going to change it that much. But if he feels healthier, I mean, that's good too.
But have you ever seen those plays? Josh Allen does it all the time where like the edge off the right side will come, right? He'll beat out the right tackle and come right for Allen, and Allen will just turn his shoulders sideways and slip it, step up and throw a dart. Like that to me is like the kind of in-pocket mobility that maybe they're looking for. Just a little bit of twitchiness to extend the play by another second or so.
Yeah, I mean,
to some degree.
You were also saying something about Tua and his receivers and stuff. When 2 years ago when he just had Waddle and stuff, I mean, the big thing was, he would spread the ball around, but Waddle was his, go-to guy, and he was only running like 7-yard routes at the most. And everyone considered Tua couldn't throw it downfield. Waddle was a bad pick. The next year, Waddle averaged 18 yards of reception. I mean, so and playing with the other guys, I mean, he did spread the ball around and stuff. I think that's something he can do, and I know I want to keep Tyreek Hill here and everything, but it ain't gonna be the end of the world if we lose him. But
right,
I really think Tyreek should get paid too, because I mean, you get paid for what you do, and no one's really doing it better than Tyreek is.
Well, Tua has the luxury like Burrow has right now, having Higgins and Chase, right? You got Waddle and Tyreek, but that's not the normal team. You just really need one of those guys to be your number one and a couple of role players on the side. So eventually Waddle will probably be that guy. And, you'll go through the draft and get other guys to develop and whatnot. But, yeah. Hey, real quick,
exactly.
hold it down, TDR and Greenrat. I got to take care of something really quick.
All right.
Did you happen to see that, Higgins went ahead and signed his tender or whatever?
I did see that, yeah. That's good for them. I thought they were going to lose Higgins.
So did I. I mean, that would have been bad for them and stuff. But, I mean, what do you think about the whole thing that, Tua doesn't use or doesn't go through his progressions and doesn't use his check downs and stuff like that this last year?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. So I do see the numbers on that, but at the same time, where were they from? Were they from the RPO and quick read? Because it's very difficult when you have a single step drop to be able to read your progressions from, that deep in the pocket. And I also see that before that and before the major injuries this year, but also last year, Tua was one of the best when it came to play action and getting into a deeper drop. So I think that, I mean, and I've seen the film on it, so I know he can read his progressions. But yeah, when you're in an RPO and that first guy is taken away, then you're screwed. You got 2.3 seconds to throw. You don't really have much option, and all they have to do really is take away that check down. Or, I also think Tua needs to get better with his check down as well. I think Mike McDaniel said that he needs to trust his check down more, because I saw a lot of easy passes that were missed on check downs, which is kind of funny to see.
They were the A chain.
Yeah.
And
just like way too in front of them.
Yep, too high for him, yep. But they were a lot of them towards the end of the year. That's who he missed throwing it to. But I kind of disagreed a little bit about it, because I was rewatching the games, and early in the year, Tua was spreading the ball around to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just the Tyreek show. I mean, Smythe was getting a lot of looks, throws to the backs. But then we hit the middle of the year where Tyreek just took off and no one could stop him. So why not keep going to the well, And I think that's kind of what happened. And then at the end of the year, I kind of thought that we tried to run the ball a little bit more than we should have.
Yeah. Well, and it's also very difficult to run when you don't have any inside run leverage too. If these guys are great outside, they're bouncing out and everything, but the defense has to account for that differently. So if you don't have that leverage, and it also is more effective, it's more effective from the quarterback standpoint, because that inside leverage gives you more time to throw. Now they have to load the box, or they might have to.
Did we really try to run inside, though?
Every time we did, it was like no game type stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I guess my point was,
Our
to me,
interior offensive line.
Tua is a rhythm quarterback, and if you don't get your quarterback in rhythm, then it's not going to be good to expect him to play really good at the end of the game if he's in no rhythm. So,
Yeah, that whole offense is all based on timing and rhythm.
so
it's
when
like
you're running the ball and getting stuffed here and there, and 2 years ago we were probably one of the best teams in third and long. It was amazing, and then last year it's like, I don't know, a little
well, that's
frustrating,
what we
but
have to. Yeah, that's what we have to contemplate: is can this guy do it? And I think he will get paid. They do believe in him, but it's so strange when you see how his original offense was when he came into the league compared to what they do now and what he was good at then. It almost flipped. He was good at the short yardage and intermediate and stuff like that, and then it flipped to like now he's really good over the middle. But
it's whatever they said he couldn't do, he proved them wrong.
yeah, and he did, man, and that's why I have for him.
I earlier, I guess what I ended up saying was that I think Tua should get paid. I want the stability for the team to know who their quarterback is going forward. Not going to be no, questions about it. And I also want McDaniel to be here for 10 years at least. I want
Yeah.
the stability like the Pittsburgh Steelers have. They have some bad years, but they're still good. They're
They're
still
always the winning
winning.
team. They're always the winning team, and even if they're not competing, they're still, they're not going for and whatever.
Right. So that's what I want out of the team and stuff. And I know a lot of people want to see the Super Bowls, but I mean, I was born when we won our Super Bowl, but I can't really say I watched it since I was just born. I was born in '71, so
Right.
I get what you mean by that, Greenrat, because the Dolphins and the Bills are similar in that regard of the past 25 years. Bro, it's like just be competitive. I've had some of the most fun in my life in my 40s because of this team being competitive since they got Josh Allen.
well, I'm gonna get killed for this, but the fact is one of my favorite years was Brian Flores' first year.
Oh, there was a lot of hope there.
I mean, we had people walking off the street from Walmart 2 days before the season started, and they started, I think, on the offense or defensive line or something. But we had no chance, and to turn the team into what it was, I give Flo a lot of credit there. And that's why I've always said that Brian Flores would be a great college coach. Maybe not now, but 5 years ago, he would have been awesome because he could yell at the players. Now they can transfer out if, they get a hangnail or something. I don't know.
We had
I don't like
Nathan
that.
Peterman.
Great defensive mind, but he wasn't a good head coach.
But I think he'd be great in college.
He might be. With the way
Because
that
what
his
he did with
personality
young
is.
players and stuff, that, he could act how he wanted to act. It worked really well.
You don't think Brian Flores is I mean, he's kind of like, isn't he blacklisted from the NFL at this point because of the whole suing the
From head
Dolphins?
coaching, I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
But he's in Minnesota, I think, still.
Yeah, but he's a DC.
He's a DC. Right.
Well, it's still in the NFL, but yeah. I know
Yeah,
what
true. Yeah.
They haven't
Not ever get another
completely done it, but yeah, I don't think he'll ever get a head coaching job. That's why I think he should go to college.
Right.
I would take him in Iowa.
Yeah, but there's more corruption in college, man. Like, I mean, yeah. Well, maybe not now with the NILs, because you don't have to hide the fact that you're paying players now.
Right. I mean, Flores would fit into that category too, since he was the camera or the guy that ran all the camera people in Spygate. I mean, he was head of that department, so it's not like he wasn't a cheater. Where everyone tells me he has these high moral standards and stuff. I mean, he was all part of that cheating shit.
Yeah, but once you're like considered the rat, then you're done.
Right?
You know.
Let me guess.
Nobody trusts
when you're a green rat, you're done, right?
Yeah,
I got you.
Nobody trusts you.
Toast, right?
Yeah.
Where did that name come from, by the way? What is that?
Drag racing, cars and stuff. I had a really fast green. First, I had a red Firebird that we called the Red Rat. Then it was the Green Rat. And when I did my Twitter the first time, that's what I used. And then I just never changed it because really this stuff didn't happen when I started my page. And I just have never changed it. I tried to change it to Orange Rat because Color kept giving me shit about the green part. He goes, change it to orange. Tried that and it just didn't work. So, but I did go down to a Miami preseason game and stuff, and met some guys down there, and we were talking about the YouTube channels. And then I said what my handle was, and he actually knew who I was by Green Rat. So, I guess some people know.
Yeah. Well, you've been around the platforms for a minute.
Well, I was there at the very beginning of the Phins tailgate. I mean, I go back that far, and that's where this guy knew me from, was from that one. So
right. Yeah, my name Amicus is just simply Latin for friend. No special story there. It's just Latin for friend.
For friend?
And TDR is self-explanatory. A dolphin realtor.
You'd be surprised. People ask me all the time. They're like, "Are you for real a realtor?" Like, yeah, dude. Well, why would I just say that?
I do have a question. What is the avatar like? You're standing in front of some psychedelic Picasso painting. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that's Jungle Island. I forget the name of it. It's like the lights display that they have every year down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just random, and I changed it to it. And Twitter is so fucked. If I change my thing, it like demonetizes me for a month. So I just haven't changed it back.
Huh.
that's messed up.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't get crazy amounts of money from Twitter or anything, but I still get paid.
Well, YouTube pays out more than Twitter, right?
What's that?
Doesn't YouTube pay? Isn't YouTube the best platform for like making money from it?
Oh, hands down.
Yeah.
But it also requires a lot more effort.
True. Yeah. Bro, I can't figure out how to get a following on Twitter, man. Like, how the fuck do you get followers? I'll put out content all the time and just nothing.
Really?
Well, because of my other channel, right? The other channel's got like 1,500 subs, but that same channel that I'm talking about, 0 followers.
Yeah. You just got to pay sex bots, man.
Is that what it is? But for real though, what am I doing wrong? Is there like a secret to it that I'm not figuring out? Do I need to start like do I need to start following more people? That's what it is. I don't follow anybody. That's what it is.
Well, I feel like I got lucky because I started putting out content, and then I started doing like data content, and some people that already had a lot of following, they just liked me, and they were like, shouting me out everywhere. So
yeah,
I ended up growing because of that. But yeah, man. It's all
Does
kind
that
of luck.
does that make sense what I said though? Like, if I'm not following a lot of people, no matter what I put on my page, like it. Well, the people that because I'm not familiar with Twitter, right, or X. So if I follow a lot of people, will they see what I'm putting out, even if they're not following me because I'm following them? Will the algorithm pick it up better?
I mean, I see people with 1,000 following and 2 followers. You know,
Okay.
I see people with 14,000 followers and 2 following.
Well, then it must. Yeah, I don't know.
If you have something and it hits, then it'll start spiraling.
Right.
That's really what it is. And when you like other people's stuff, then they start seeing your stuff immediately. And if you have something that is valuable to them, they might repost, and their following sees it, and
So I
it
need
starts
to.
to build.
Yeah, that makes
You
sense.
need to comment on everything you see.
Yeah, I need to take whatever my niche is that I'm trying to do and go and follow those other people that are similar and like their shit and comment on their shit, and that's probably where I'm
Yes,
fucking
that's
up.
a good point. When I first started, I found out who the people were that were kind of the biggest in the community,
Yeah,
and I followed them, and then I started commenting on their stuff, and
yeah,
yeah, for sure.
yeah. All right, I'll start doing that.
So you go pay a bunch of money and get your name on Dudley Do Wrong's deal with all of his followers, and people start seeing who you are and then start following you.
Well, it's not sports based, but yeah, I get your point.
Right,
Yeah,
but yeah, that's
yeah.
what I'm getting
Or
at.
I'll do the sex box.
And
thing
by
that
the way,
PBR mentioned.
it's niche, not niche.
Well, tomato,
Niche.
tomato, potato,
No.
potato.
There is no argument in this one. Niche.
Well, we've had this conversation before, and we've pulled it up. There's multiple ways to skin that cat. You know.
I would say I have the most respect for Dudley Do Wrong because he did it without being controversial. He's like right down the middle, and that's so hard to do, man. That's like nobody else can do that, just about.
Right, everybody else has a little agenda one way or the other.
So let's use a wrestling term, right? It's very hard to be the top guy in the WWE when you're a babyface, but Dudley Do Wrong is the babyface of the Dolphin community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There can only be one.
You're right. There can only be one babyface. In the 80s, it was Hulk Hogan, right? Right now, it's Cody Rhodes. So in Dolphin Land, it's Dudley Do Wrong. Everybody else has to be a heel. And they are. They're all heels. All of them. Dudley Do Wrong is the only babyface. Yeah.
Basically, that's funny.
Yeah.
I don't usually watch wrestling, but that last SmackDown that I saw, that was pretty cool.
What was that?
I think it was
last
what's
night?
that?
You're talking about last night?
No, I'm talking about the big wrestling match between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns.
Oh, WrestleMania 40. Yeah.
Oh yeah, WrestleMania. Yeah.
Yeah. That was cool with the Undertaker coming out. Yeah, Greenrat and I were talking about it not too long ago, or tonight actually. I just started watching wrestling again after 25 years, just because of my sons. Right, 13-year-old and a 9-year-old. They're fanatics now, and so we're it's a good bonding moment for me and them, and we watched the pay-per-view.
I've
event
probably
today.
watched wrestling for 40 years. I haven't watched a whole lot since WrestleMania because I thought some of the storylines was kind of stupid. So, but I've watched it for a long time.
Well, so when I was a kid, it was massive. I mean, we were so big into it, dude. When The Rock and NWO and Generation Degeneration X, all that, man, we would have wrestle matches every day. And we had a belt and everything. All the kids from the neighborhood would get involved and stuff.
Bro, we
You got to go back to Bulldog Bob Brown and Rufus R. Jones. And
You're older than us, Greenrat. We don't know who the
that's
fuck
what I'm
that is.
saying. So like I say, I go way back there. When you said old stuff and say like The Rock and stuff like that, it's just like, huh?
Well, what are you, TDR? About 39, 40?
I'm 35.
Oh, okay. So that's why The Rock and Stone Cold resonate.
Right.
So for me, it was like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Sting and Lex Luger and the WCW, right? Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, those guys. So I'm 10 years older than you, TDR. So yeah.
Yeah.
But your era was the best of all of it. The Stone Cold Rockade, and the Attitude Era, that was the best.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Probably the most entertainment type stuff. But if you want to talk more of the wrestling type stuff, some of the old stuff was way better than what the new stuff is. If you wanted to watch wrestling, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, Undertaker.
There's a lot more wrestling than there was The Rock on the mic, John Cena on the microphone. That stuff, it was more just, I'm going to kick your ass and let's go have our match back then.
Like Mankind versus Undertaker, that Hell in a Cell match, that shit was epic.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he fell through the damn thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, man.
The one that he got thrown off.
Both things happened. He got thrown off and he fell through.
Was that in the same one? I can't remember.
It was the same one. Yes.
Oh,
and his front tooth.
Socko.
Yeah, Socko. Yeah, his front tooth was sticking out of his nose.
Right. You used to have the Road Warriors in their scaffolding matches. That was pretty cool.
Yep. I remember that. Yeah, Legion of Doom.
So true story. We actually had the whole federation in the neighborhood, and we would do like these exciting different types of matches. And one of them was a bridge match. And so one time we went over to the bridge to do a bridge match. Somebody got thrown off and bitten by an alligator. So yeah, that was like, our parents were freaked out at us after that one.
You were like the Kimbo Slice of fake wrestling in the backyard. Like
Kimbo's a legend.
Hey, I remember using those big green electrical boxes that was behind like an apartment complex when I was 9 years old. We would use that as the top turnbuckle for our fake wrestling ring and match. And we would jump off of it, and do elbows and everything and land on the grass and break arms.
I had this king size waterbed with the baffles in it, so it didn't, swash around a lot. But we used to, one guy would stand on the end of it, and the other one would come through with cross bodies, and then we'd suplex each other onto it and shit like that when we were young too. So.
Oh, when you said waterbed, I thought you were like imitating the WWE divas back in the 90s and doing pillow fights and shit. That would have been
cool too. But now we even had I think it was the AWA come to our school back in the day.
That's cool.
I think Bulldog Bob Brown was there, and
who the fuck is Bulldog? Bro, you're not that much older than me, are you, Greenrat? Like 5 years.
52.
Okay, 7 years. I mean, I don't remember no Bulldog Bob Brown or whatever the fuck you're talking about.
Greenrat was watching wrestling when it was black and white.
It's like when you were 3 years old. You remember this shit when you were 3? We only
had 3 TV stations back in the day. We were one of the fortunate families that ended up with cable right away, which gave us TBS, and that's
USA,
where
USA
the NWA,
Network,
WCW, and all them were on.
Yeah.
And the Von Erichs, you remember hearing about them?
Well, yeah, there's a movie out about them.
Stuff. Yep, that was back then. All the Armstrongs were back then.
Who's the guy that plays the main character? That fucking Zac Efron, right? He's in that fucking movie with Von Erichs.
Oh, I want to see
I
that.
have never watched the movie, but
Yeah, I forget the name of it, but it's
I have never watched the movie, but
yeah, I forget the name of it, but it's a movie that just recently came out that's all about the Von Erichs, and Zac Efron plays the main character.
I heard it was extremely sad.
I remember Mickey Rourke playing the wrestler. I watched that one. Y'all
I
saw
watched
that, right?
the TV show The Heels.
Never
It
heard
was
of
on
it.
Stars. It has to do Steve Amell, the guy that played Arrow on the CW, the TV show.
Yeah.
Never saw it.
Yeah, they did a wrestling show that was on Stars, and then I think someone else bought it out or something, and now you got to pay for the second season, which I won't do. So
Do you remember when cable TV first came out? Like TDR, you probably were too young for this, but do you remember? I know you know Greenrat when cable TV first came out, and like one of the few stations you would get was like USA, and it would have like Space Ghost.
yes,
Yeah, I remember that. I
and
was like
Speed
6
Buggy.
years old. Huh?
Can't forget Speed Buggy,
Yeah. See, I don't remember that one. I didn't get that one.
and then the fish one, the shark one, Jabberjaw. Yep.
Yeah, Jabberjaws. Yes, I remember that one.
Right. And we had the big 8-foot satellite dish outside.
Yep. We had. Well, we didn't have one, but I remember them in the neighborhood.
I remember at Christmas, I'd sit there and start pushing the buttons on it to try to get it to the basketball games, but everybody else was trying to get it to the football games. But
I remember the black box. Everybody wanted the black box to get the pay-per-views and everything.
yep,
But yeah, and if you didn't have it programmed right or something, it would be like all scrambled and everything. But we would turn it to the pay-per-view and watch wrestling matches while it was all scrambled, just to see who won.
I mean, it wasn't me, but someone I knew had the card that went into the satellite dish thing that got all the channels. But
Yeah. You had the card. That's good.
that wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Yeah, no, not at all. No.
So
Yeah,
my brother-in-law is really big into wrestling, like super big, man. And for his bachelor party, we went to Denver and we went to this venue in a comic book store. It's actually the biggest comic book store in America, called the Mile High Comic Books.
Mm-hmm.
Super cool, dude. I mean, you're walking around seeing like the original Star Wars shit, original Marvel, everything. I mean, this thing is the size of a Home Depot. But in between, in the middle, they had a wrestling match, and it was all like, I don't even know, D3 wrestling, whatever you would call that, right?
Yeah.
The minor leagues.
Right.
But that was actually a lot of fun. These guys, they're still talented.
Oh yeah.
But it's up close. I mean, it's not 20 rows of people surrounding it, watching it, and everybody's kind of a part of it.
So, like I said, hold on for 1 second. So that one kid that I said that was the golf caddy for the guy in the PGA, he was also there when we had the wrestling thing came in, and one of the wrestlers spit in his face. It was awesome. Just had to let you know about that. But yeah, so yeah, wrestling was big part of growing up.
So I had a childhood friend who ended up trying to make it to the WWE, and he never did. He ended up getting injured, and his name's Peter Casa. You can actually YouTube Peter Casa, and his name was like Peter Casanova, but you can look him up and see his matches. But he made it as far as to the Ring of Honor, which is like the lower levels, like you were talking about, TDR, the lower league. Huh?
I've watched it. I mean, AJ Styles and
Yep.
And,
a lot of guys. Yep. Well, he made it. He did the local circuit in South Carolina and ended up going to like North Carolina, whatnot, and then he made it to Ring of Honor, but he never made it to the WWE. But if you look up his him in YouTube or whatever. This kid has incredible athletic talent. He does shit off the top turnbuckle, like these fucking. He was a gymnast too, and he was also a jiu-jitsu guy, and won titles in like grappling and shit. Very athletically gifted, but he didn't necessarily have the personality to take that next level. And was also like 5'8", so he wasn't the biggest guy. He was built like a tank, but just didn't have the height. But anyhow. He was the best friend of mine for years, man. And I actually spoke with him a couple of days ago, and I was telling him how me and the boys have gotten back into wrestling, and they love Cody Rhodes and everything. And since he wrestled for many, many years, I was asking him, like, hey, did you predetermine a lot of the matches, or did you do more in-the-ring calling? Because that's how this shit works, right? Most of the professionals in WWE, they call their matches in the ring, right? Because you can't memorize a 30-minute match, step 1, step 2, step 3 like that, because if somebody fucks up, then the whole thing just falls to shit. So you have to improvise in the match, and it's called calling your match. Anyhow, I found it interesting that he said that they memorized 99% of their matches, and they rarely called anything in the ring. And I'm like, why would you do that if you're trying to get to the next level? Why wouldn't you practice that skill set? Because that's a skill set. And then it dawned on me that those Ring of Honor matches or those lower, circuit matches and whatnot, they're short, and you can memorize the shit at that level. But in the big leagues, man, you got to call that shit in the ring.
Yeah, there's very seldom that matches go very long anymore. I mean, you have some, but a lot of them are really short. I mean, like I said, back watching Ric Flair and Harley Race and all those guys, they'd put on, 40, 50, 60-minute matches.
Oh, yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
Flair did quite a bit of it. I believe him and Dusty Rhodes did one.
I remember seeing
that. For most of my life, my dad was always telling me that it's just utter bullshit. And so I had this image of wrestling where I'm like, oh, it's all fake, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
But it's not until, kind of recently and being around my brother-in-law, he's like, no, you got to look at it like it's a Broadway show.
Yeah.
With extreme acrobatics. Like, these guys are fucking fantastic.
I'm going to take it one step farther. It's a soap opera on steroids.
Yeah.
That's what I heard from somebody, and I've always went with that one. A soap opera on steroids.
I agree with everything y'all just said, but I'm going to take it one step even further than that. When you get into the details in the weeds of what they actually do when it comes to calling a match in the ring, bro, the skill level and the talent that these fucking guys display, it's really amazing. And maybe y'all don't realize, but like a lot of them have long hair. That's so that they can cover their mouth when they talk. When they do what's the thing? The first move a lot of them do, the elbow and collar, the collar and elbow tie up. That's the call shit. Like they're communicating and talking to each other all the time. When you see the referee go down and pretend like, what do you do? Like, are you okay? Are you okay? He's the only one with the earpiece. The producers are telling him to translate information. They'll improvise and call an audible right there in the ring. The referee would tell the wrestlers, that's what he's doing. He's bending down and getting on the mat, talking to them, telling them what to do and what's going to happen. Like, just when you look at it from those optics and see how this thing is happening, like improv right there on the spot, you have a whole new level of respect for what these fucking cats do, bro.
Well, let me ask you, so something as big as WrestleMania, do they come in to something like that knowing who's going to win?
Yeah, they know who's going to win, and they have moments of the match, like big moments that are predetermined. Like when The Undertaker came out and Cena came out, and they have the finishing move done. And they'll have even maybe like 3, 4, 5 major spots in the match that are going to happen at specific times. But outside of that, everything is done on the spot, calling it, because you have to figure out the crowd tells you where to go. They'll give you the storyline, right? And And when you have two great, that's why the champions make the most money. Like the thing I love the most about wrestling, TDR, is the guys who are the champions, they're the champions because they bring in the highest revenue. They bring in the highest revenue because they put on the greatest matches. They put on the greatest matches because they've learned the art of dealing with the crowd and knowing how to work a match on the spot. And when you have two guys that are highly skilled that do that together for 30 to 45 minutes, you can see magic happen, like Bret Hart and Stone Cold at WrestleMania 13, where it was illegal to cut themselves with razor blades at that time, right? They weren't allowed to do it, but they decided to go with, they call it doing color, which is making themselves bleed. But Stone Cold at that time, if you remember, he was brand new. Bret Hart was an established guy, right? So Bret Hart said, hey, this match would be great. I'm going to you're going to submit and everything. You're going to pass out from my sharpshooter, but I think it would be good if you had blood all over your face. But if you cut yourself, you're new, you're going to get fired. They won't fire me, so let me cut you. So in the middle of the match, Bret Hart actually is the one that implanted the incision of the razor blade on Stone Cold's forehead, and that's where the blood came from. Bret Hart fucking cut him with the razor blade, right? So like shit like that, man, when it's just magical and you have two guys that really know how to work a crowd and improvise on the spot, calling audibles, depending on what the crowd's giving them, magic can be created. And that's the fun part of wrestling for me.
Yeah, that's cool. I never heard that. That's definitely cool.
Look at Ric Flair's forehead.
Yeah.
That guy has bled up and down the road for years. Now he probably doesn't have to cut. He'll just, if he gets hit in one of the scars, he might start bleeding. But
I think they try to do it where the creases are, so that at least it's like part of the same line, and over time it kind of blends in with the fucking lines. I don't know. I'm not cutting myself with no fucking razor blade, man. Look, tonight, Cody Rhodes, they did color on Cody Rhodes, so he cut himself tonight. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it is real. I mean,
very rare though.
I know Brock Lesnar's got cut open a couple times.
Yeah,
I think he hit his head on the post or something like that. Pretty good.
Yeah, 99% of the time it's done on purpose with a razor blade.
That guy's insane. Played football. Yeah, Brock Lesnar. He was nuts.
Yeah, UFC.
Well, a lot of these guys, they go. Yeah, they did fight UFC. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a madman.
Sometimes I feel like sports is bullshit too. Sometimes I feel like sport. I feel like there are elements in like big games that just seem rigged, man.
Well, bro, look at the fucking. Wasn't it just came out like an umpire was gambling? A Major League Baseball umpire was gambling on the games. What the fuck? We know the NBA referees have done it. We know in the 80s and 90s, the five families of New York, the mafia, they had their hands in a lot of that shit, especially boxing, right? So, like, it may not be to that extent today, but I guarantee you that there are, especially with gambling, there are moments, big moments in football that happen because of point spreads. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Like but I think that's the extent of it, though.
Yeah, I saw that happen quite a few times at the end of Bills games this last year.
Yeah.
Pass interference calls that weren't, and then non-calls, and
well, that Chiefs game was really weird.
You mean with Tyler Bass missing the field goal at the end to tie the game? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about in the regular season.
Oh.
You remember the what was it? No pass.
Yeah, but he was over the line. No. He was offsides.
who was it? Kadarius Toney?
Yeah, he lined up like a foot over the line, but that's a legitimate call, though.
A legitimate call, yeah, but they should have checked him, right? Like he went to the
He
ref
did.
and was like, "Hey," and
The ref said he was okay.
Yeah, but I remember something else coming out about that. Like, I can't remember right now, but I felt like they explained that, TDR. Don't you remember they explained, like, yeah, they came and we told him that he was too far over, but he didn't listen? Some shit like that.
That's an awful handy excuse by them, but there was a shot of a fan that had tone or the receiver look or point to the ref and was asking him if he was okay. And now, if he didn't pay attention to the referee, that's one thing. But he did ask.
Well, I think the crazier one was that Detroit game where the fucking lineman came and they you remember that one where you have to declare that you're an eligible receiver?
Yes, yeah. And he said that he came over and talked to him.
Yeah.
And the ref still said ineligible.
Yeah, that's suspect. That was suspect.
That's because they were talking about dinner. They weren't talking about substitution or anything. They're asking, "Hey, where are you going to dinner tonight?" or something.
Yeah.
I guess. I'm sure that's what they had to talk about out there. Yeah, that one was bad too.
Dan Campbell shot them in the foot though, in the playoff in the NFC Championship.
Going for it on fourth down twice.
Yeah, that's just balls to the wall shit. They lost that game because of stupid calls.
Absolutely. He cost them that game. I can understand doing it the first time, but the second time, no way. I don't know how I feel as a player if like the leader of my team fucking makes a bonehead play like that twice. You can't really get too mad at them because it's the Detroit Lions and they haven't been shit forever. And now they're something, and he's the head coach and maybe the primary reason. So what are you going to do? Get rid of the fucking guy that brought you out of the depths of hell for an entire lifetime?
That sounds like something the Dolphins would do.
Yeah, or the Bills, right? I know, and that's the rough thing. Like, man, McDermott, right? He's the guy that helped change the culture. But at some point, we have to say you have one of the best quarterbacks that the NFL has ever seen, talent-wise. And you can't get over the hump. Like, that's got to be a coaching thing.
What Madden says.
Huh?
Number 4,
top 4. Yeah.
By what Madden says.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying, like, McDermott, I feel like he's on a short leash.
Yeah, I don't know who came out with it today, but somebody had some sort of categorization of, AFC East teams and who has the best of what. And they put McDermott as number 1. I don't know if it was like a major news source or just somebody, but it was like in circulation heavy. And they put McDermott as number 1 in the division as a head coach. And I feel like, I don't know, man. I know a lot of Bills fans that do not think that.
I do not think that at all. I completely disagree. For me, the best head coach in the division is your head coach. That's how I truly feel.
Yeah, I think he has some things he's got to work on, but yeah, I mean, he's done some pretty innovative shit for sure.
Yeah, I'll take offense over defense all day long. I mean, that's what a defensive coordinator is for, right? But I feel like the identity of your team, when you have a guy like Josh Allen, it's kind of hard for me to buy into the identity of the team is on the defensive front. No, the identity of your team is fucking Josh Allen. So please get me something that can give me someone that can really accentuate that, and take that special piece to the next level. And a defensive-minded coach is not that guy. And then, okay, let's get a great offensive coordinator in there. There's some guys in the league that are really special. We don't hire them. Yeah, I love Joe Brady, but he's got 7-8 weeks of work, and he wanted us to help us win the division, but he took over for a fucking clown in Dorsey who had no business having the job to begin with. Those are the things that make me upset, man. I think we're
It took
wasting
you all
talent.
way too long to figure that out about Dorsey. That's a shame.
It is, yeah.
For the Bills. Because, yeah, I mean, we did. Like, that was greatness, and it was wasted. I'm not saying that they're not going to ever have their shot. I'm sure that they'll rebuild, and Josh Allen is still young, or at least retool and get a little different schematically. But yeah, that was just a big waste of time. I don't know what I think about Joe Brady just yet.
Yeah,
I
me
think
neither.
he might be an improvement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were 3 games back with 5 to play, and somehow we won the division. I mean, there's something to that for sure, and that happened right after we fired Dorsey. So he's going to get his credit, but you're still going to have to make things happen this year, and without Diggs. So let's see it happen. But I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. If I've been a lifelong Bills fan, I've been a Bills fan since I was a little kid, and I'm turning 45 here in a couple of months. And these guys like Josh Allen don't come around but once in a lifetime. And if he leaves this fucking franchise without giving us a Super Bowl, I might just stop watching football altogether for the rest of my life. Like it's there with me because you have to capitalize on this. You don't get it's like with Dan Marino, man. Wasn't there? I know there's guys that think y'all have 2 Super Bowls, but we don't have any. But even with Dan Marino, you see a guy that's like considered one of the greatest of all time. You didn't get it done with him, right? But at least you had 2 Super Bowls. We don't have nothing. We went to 4 straight and lost, and now this quarterback who's going to go down as one of the greatest talents of all time when it's all said and done. That's just a fact. You'll see. If he don't win us a fucking chip.
Well, Dan Marino was like that was like almost like a circus show, right? They were content with filling the stands. That Orange Bowl was crazy, but they could have just simply gotten him a run game, and they never did. They were content with him throwing to the Marx brothers and just putting on a show for everybody. Yeah, he was fantastic, dude. I mean, amazing to watch.
Was that Mark Clayton? Mark Clayton.
No, I'm saying that, they would never give him a run game.
Right.
So they were content with this circus show of look how good Dan Marino is with the Marx brothers, and we had a good defense too, but we just didn't have a run game. And it has to be a complete system. It has to be a complete situation.
Yeah, it's the ultimate team game.
Yeah, it's this thing with Tua. Everybody's so obsessed with Tua, and I'm like, dude, get him a fucking tight end. If he had Dalton Kincaid, his life would be so much easier.
It wouldn't be fair. If he had Dalton Kincaid, then at every phase of an offensive scheme, you would have eliteness. And it's not, I mean, at some point, we got to
take away Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle, right? Because I think that they prioritized those things. The wide receivers, they're both vertical threats, and they can't come over the middle without getting hurt. They have durability concerns. Even though Tyreek Hill played most every game, he was limping a lot of the time because, you got to ask him certain things, and coming over the middle and getting tanked, he just can't do. He's a small guy. So what I'm saying is get him somebody, get to somebody that, can attack the intermediate, that is a contested big body receiver like a tight end, and then one of those vertical threats. And I think it's better off. That's why I think Jonnu Smith even though he's not close to the level of Kincaid or Kelsey or any of these guys, Hawkinson. But you know, he can do things that Durham Smythe just can't do.
Okay, I have a fun question for you. And you can even use players on your current roster. But what you have to do is you have to, like in a snake fantasy league, where you have like tiers. Maybe it's not snake. Maybe I'm saying the wrong thing. But like what we consider tier 1 wide receiver, tier 2 wide receiver, tier 3 wide receiver, or running back or tight end. You can only choose one tier 1 at each major position on offense. So wide receiver, tight end, and running back.
Yeah.
So tier 1, a tier 2 player, and a tier 3 player. Give me your lineup on the Dolphins, because I'm curious to see like what tier 1 position you would do. Because it almost sounds like you'd rather have an elite tight end than an elite wide receiver.
Yeah. Well, all right? So let's clarify this. Are we talking about a tier 1 wide receiver, tier 1 tight end, tier 1 running?
Nope. You can only get one of each. So it has to be a tier 1 of one of the positions, and then the next one has to be tier 2, and then tier 3. So you're prioritizing.
Okay.
Which is more important, the receiver, the tight end, or the quarterback?
Basically, that's what the question is going to be. Yeah.
For Tua, I think the way that he operates an offense, I think the most important thing for him is the vertical. So I'm sticking with Tyreek Hill, but I
Okay.
want a tier 2 tight end.
Okay.
And
so
then
you can't take Kelsey. You got to go tier 2. So who do you got?
What qualifies that? Mark Andrews is tier 1. George Kittle is TJ Hawkinson tier 1.
I don't know. I'll give you that as a tier 2.
Okay, I'd take TJ Hawkinson tier 2. And then tier 3 running back.
Yeah.
Like who would be that? Like Aaron Jones?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay, yeah, I would be fine with that lineup.
Yeah. Okay. So you still would take Tyreek Hill. You prioritize the vertical threat of a wide receiver over an elite tight end. Interesting.
In this situation, yeah. Just because I know that he is able to have the anticipation to get him the ball and really conquer the field that way. But, with TJ Hawkinson on the field, it would be even crazier.
Yeah. This is an interesting game, and we just came up with it on the whim. What about you, Greenrat? What would be your tier 1, tier 2, tier 3?
I truly don't know, but the one part I did want to address, though, is I do see that Tyreek and Waddle can run across the center and not get hurt. It's that Tua needs a little extra time in the pocket, so he's not hitting them early as they're crossing across, but hit them more when they're, after they get almost across the field. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having them, catch the ball right in the middle of the field, you drag them a little bit farther and throw the ball there. I mean, that's kind of what they did with Waddle that first year he was there.
Well, you got to be a little twitchy, and you got to last longer than 2.3 seconds for that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm considering that more of an offensive line issue than the receivers not being able to run the crossers and stuff.
Right.
Instead of Tyreek planting his foot and turning left or whatever, and the ball's getting thrown into the Amicus spot, you don't throw it in that window. You wait for the second or third window to open up to throw to either of those two, and I think it would work out better because then you're probably going to get more yak with the throw too. But
we're talking about anything in stride.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. So that's why I think it'd be fine, but I just don't think he has the time to wait for him that long. It goes back to getting the ball out so early. What was that? I'm sorry.
But no, I'm saying none of our receivers can run a comeback route without getting friggin'. And they aren't tall either, so there's no high pointing the ball like what you would see out of a T. Higgins, somebody like that.
Right. I don't know. I saw Tyreek wide open quite a bit on some comebacks down, 30 yards downfield. So, I mean,
if he's wide open, then it's different. But I'm talking about within 10 yards, maybe we would recognize that as an under route. He's getting walloped. Because he demands such heavy coverage. They always account for where he is on the field. It's not like Tyreek is going to just like disappear like a Devontae Smith and then reappear at 12
yeah, but that's
yards.
what Waddle did his first year the whole time. I mean, the whole time. I don't even know if he had a pass over 10 yards that year.
Exactly. They didn't have a vertical. They didn't have a field stretch.
So that's why I say, I mean, to me, they're okay. I guess for the Dolphins, I don't know. I'd still like to have Tyreek out there. Well, Kittles, we're considering number one.
Yeah, I would.
Because he is more of a blocker than he is a receiver.
He does both, but he's like the most elite wide receiver one or tight end one that blocks like that.
All right, we would go with Tyreek, Sam Laporta.
Oh, he's a one though.
Are we really going there with him? You think so? I guess on his team
he as tight end 2? Or I think he finished tight end 1 on the season.
Laporta as a tier 1. Not yet.
Not yet. He finished tight end 1, I think.
I don't know. This one's too hard for me because there's a difference between being a tight end 1 on a team that isn't as good versus I mean, you say he's an elite tight end?
Well, okay, so hold on. We have to define that.
That's
we're not talking. Yeah, we're not talking about like a tight end 1, like your main tight end. We're talking about if we were ranking tight ends in the NFL, like quarterbacks, right? We got Mahomes and Allen, Burrow, Lamar, maybe in tier 1, and then like that. So Laporta wouldn't be a tier 1 tight end at this point, I don't think.
Well, shit, give me Sam Laporta.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going with Sam Laporta. Another fucking Hawkeye, baby. Let me see.
So
can I get a Hawkeye in the third position too?
Well, it's a running back. Now you got to go tier 3 running back.
Right.
So that would be like a I don't know, our running back.
I'm going with the Ahmed, baby. With Ahmed. Give him some love.
There you go.
I don't know. I don't know what I'd consider a good tier 3, but sure, that would be mine. I'd be all right with it.
So I'm gonna go in reverse for the Buffalo Bills. Would you consider our running back James Cook a tier 3?
No.
Yes.
No, he would be like tier 2 for me.
Really? What the fuck has he done?
I think he's made better because of Josh Allen.
Yeah, so he's a tier 3. The guy dropped a major pass in the playoffs that would have won us the fucking game. Like, we can't go tier 2. He's tier 3.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll take James Cook in my tier 3. I'll take Dalton Kincaid as my tier 2 tight end. Is that fair?
If we're labeling Sam Laporta as a tier 2, then we'd have to.
Yeah, awesome. I'll take Dalton Kincaid as my tier 2, and then I'll take Justin Jefferson as my tier 1 wide receiver. There's my lineup.
Oh yeah, that'd be killer.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what Josh Allen needs.
Yeah.
He needs somebody that is like a Justin Jefferson or a Brandon Ayuk. Trust me, if Brandon Ayuk gets traded to the Bills, everything we've been talking about changes. Because
you know who I just realized who the Bills really needed. They needed Devontae Parker.
Yeah. All right, but
I'm a big Parker fan. If he could have just been healthy, he would have been a great receiver. But
yeah,
I think yeah, what were we talking about? Justin Jefferson, tier 1. But you mentioned something. What did you say, TDR? You said something.
no, that's what I would. If I was Josh Allen, I would want somebody like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, like that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, Brandon Ayuk. I think that's still on the. I think it's probably a very slim chance, but we have 11 million in cap after June 1st, right? And it takes a couple of million to sign we already signed the rookies and all that, so we're good on that. Keon Coleman signed, so there's some money there. I think it's still on the table. Like Ayuk might still be on the table as a possibility.
It wouldn't cost you anything the first year, anyhow.
Huh?
I said it really wouldn't cost you very much the first year, anyhow.
Right. But I just think I know they
type deal or whatever, you could push it off.
I mean, I just think if you can make that trade with Ayuk, like TDR just said, I mean that's the fucking guy that sets everything in motion. That's the upgrade, in my opinion, to Diggs, and we're golden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me too, man. If you guys got Brandon Ayuk, it would be a different story, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're trying to say that Chase Claypool is like, the best wide receiver out there right now.
Well, bro, we talked about that before you came on. We talked about that. We went around the table, and I can ask you the same question if you want, but we were just curious, like from minicamp, what the highlights were, the people you were disappointed in, the people that you were hyped up on. And for me and the Bills, Kaiir Elam, who was our first pick at cornerback a couple of years ago, we thought he was a bust, but apparently he's figured it out. And the guy we thought he was going to be out of Florida, he's doing this thing. So that excites me. But then the other one, and Keon Coleman is really impressing people too, by the way. So that's good because that was our first wide receiver we picked this year. But the other one is fucking Chase Claypool, man. I mean, everything out of minicamp is that this guy he's outshining everybody from what I hear.
That's wild.
Yeah, isn't it?
Nope. I saw that coming before it even started.
Huh? Both of y'all talked at the same time. I couldn't hear you.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I don't think that he fit our system. I think he needs somebody similar to like a Ben Roethlisberger, which would be Josh Allen. So
that's exactly what I said the other night. Exact.
Yeah, I also think that I don't think y'all got this version of Chase Claypool too. And I think it's worth stating that he failed in Chicago, he failed in Miami, and this is really his last hurrah. And if you fail here with Josh Allen, then you're fucking done. You know what I mean? So I think we're seeing the best version of Chase Claypool, the right attitude, the right work ethic, just all of it. And it's showing why he was highly regarded and had a great rookie season in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, he came in halfway in the season for us and had to learn like one of the most complicated systems
True.
because like we know, I mean, everything is timing based. So if you're out of fucking sync, you're not catching.
Yeah, exactly.
Where
Yeah, so
Josh Allen could just dart that thing to you.
right. So like, so check this out. Greenrat and TDR. You know, Stephon Diggs left. Gabe Davis, who I wasn't high on, left, but he was a decent enough number 2 to do what he needed to do. Right? He got a contract with Jacksonville, but where everybody was thinking the Bills' receiving core is really like it's bad, it's in trouble. All of a sudden, if we have the Chase Claypool of his rookie season and Keon Coleman is the guy we think he will be, which is why we drafted him first, right? And not in the first round, but the first pick, right? Our first pick. And then you got MVS, who's a speedster that can stretch the field and also a champion with the Chiefs. And then Curtis Samuel and Khalil Shakir, who has been on the team. I mean, all of a sudden, man, you're starting to see a receiving core. Mac Hollins. Don't underestimate a Mac Hollins. You're starting to see a receiving core that could be good, bro. It could be good. I mean, I know that's a big if, but I'm just saying, if all the stars align, like I like what I'm seeing. And then you got Kincaid too, flexing out. What the fuck? Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I don't think that you drop the same games like you did last year against the shit teams. I think you guys probably embarrassed the shit teams, but then against better secondaries, it's going to be a little bit different.
So, like, can you explain that take? I'm not sure I understand because we lost to the bad teams last year with Stephon Diggs. So, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean that, well, with Stephon Diggs, he was obviously disgruntled. He was having issues all year.
Right.
But, you know, I think he also represented a different thing than what you have right now, whereas the defense had to react in a different way. They had to set up over him because they know that he could break. You know, you have to account for him. If you don't, even if he's fucking 50% Stephon Diggs, he could still fuck you.
Yeah, he's a great route runner and he can separate if given enough time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Chase Claypool is one of those guys that will go up and high point a ball and move the sticks for you 15 yards, 20 yards, beyond. But I don't think he's going to, land, plant, and get you a touchdown.
Right.
So it's like a different philosophy. Gabe Davis, even though he was Stonehands Gabe, he was and not very fast. He was just really good.
Gabe. Yeah. Yeah, he was a vertical threat,
really
believe it or not. Yeah.
Getting behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe MVS is like that.
Right. He is.
Yeah. Chase Claypool, I don't think so. Keon Coleman, I think he's going to be really, really good. I liked him coming out. I don't think he's going to be great just yet.
Well, there's another name out there. There's another name out there, TDR, that's in minicamp that nobody's talking about. But if we carry 7 wide receivers, this could be the 7th guy. And that's KJ Hamler. Remember him? That speedster motherfucker from Denver?
Yeah.
I'm hearing that him and Josh Allen are connected nicely. And there was a couple of deep balls that went to KJ Hamler, and he blew by all the fucking defense of the Buffalo Bills a couple of times. So he's getting some play. So I don't know, man.
He was hurt a lot though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yep. So nobody really got to see his true self. But if he makes this team, that between him and MVS, we're gonna and Curtis Samuel, we got guys that can move. We'll see what happens, man. But I'm excited. I think where you're right about the philosophy is changing because I think they're looking at a Josh Allen rolling out, and instead of having to find somebody that gets open, now you just need to find that 6'4" guy and just give him the ball. You know?
Yeah.
And let's play 50-50 ball. I mean, see what happens.
You think he's going to be comfortable with it?
Yeah, just throw it up. Just throw it up.
Because some guys, man, they're not comfortable with that shot.
I mean,
Or
we
they
talked
don't
about
see
this.
it. They don't see it open, or they don't have confidence in it.
Oh, but yeah, you're right. But that's not Josh Allen because if anything, he's overconfident that he can make every throw. So making that throw will be easy for him.
Might be hard for Chase Claypool to catch it though,
Well,
because that thing's coming at
it's coming.
60 miles an hour.
It's coming. It's coming, and I'm sure he's already felt the power in camp. So he knows what's up.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like I said, I think that this is because if we go back to like the Chargers game that y'all played, holy shit, man, that was very close. I thought the Chargers were going to beat y'all, and that was with Joe Brady, right?
Yeah, the Chargers. Why is that game? I don't remember a Chargers game last year. Did we play the Chargers last year?
Yeah, they freaking had it on Peacock or some dumb thing.
The Chargers. I'd have to look at the schedule and have it jog my memory. I'm drawing a blank on that game.
It came down to the wire.
Yeah. I do remember that now.
It was stuff like that. It was like after the Broncos game, Ken Dorsey got fired.
Yep.
Then it was Joe Brady's time, and you guys went on that
Yeah.
run.
Yes.
When he first came on, you guys had like a pretty rough schedule up front.
Yeah.
You played like the Eagles.
Yep.
Maybe the Chiefs right after that or something.
Yep.
And then right after, it was like mediocre teams, and the Chargers were one of them.
Yeah.
The Patriots, you guys blew.
Yeah, we got the Chargers without Herbert. That's right. I remember.
Oh, was that the Easton Stick one?
Yeah, I think that was without Herbert, where he had gotten hurt. We didn't have to worry about Herbert during that game or some shit, if I remember right.
Yeah, and Easton Stick was out playing Justin Herbert in that game.
Yeah. Yeah. We played the Chiefs December 12th or some shit because I was in Puerto Rico during that game, and that was our 10-year anniversary. My wife and I. Here's the thing, man. Like, that was anniversary night, and getting away to see the end of that game was difficult. We were out to dinner, and I'm like, I told you I wouldn't care about the Bills game. This is our anniversary dinner, and they had it on the TV in the dinner at the restaurant. And she's like, you got to be kidding me. And I'm like, I'm not going to look at the TV, sweetheart. I'm not looking. And then we had a great dinner. We had dessert. We exchanged gifts and everything. And it was a wonderful night. And she looks over the TV and she sees there's 2 minutes left. And she's like, go watch your game. And I'm like, oh, thank you, God. I walked over there and I saw the end of it. And that was a great ending. Remember, that's the one where the offsides thing happened.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't get to see that whole Chiefs game because I promised my wife on our anniversary I wouldn't do it.
And that was the one right before that game. I got so much flack from the Dolphins fan base because I said, if they win this game, they have cupcakes for the remaining schedule.
Yeah.
All the way up to us, and it's going to be for the division. Oh, no, there's no fucking way, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
I'm telling you, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, you were right. And I remember those days, bro, I won't say any names. If he's listening, he knows who I'm talking about. But I got a DM from somebody on one of these podcasts that just went like, you're fucking, it's over, it's done, you fucking, like, the division is ours, ha ha ha, like, and all, you guess what my response was? Yeah, man. I mean, congratulations, because I thought it was over, dude. There's no fucking way that we're coming back down 3 with 5 games left. And y'all still had the Titans and everything, which I thought you were going to just fucking walk all over. But that was the key pivotal game. It was 2 of them. You're right about the Chiefs game, right? And then we had a cakewalk. And then y'all's game was the Titans game. If you get by the Titans on Monday night or Sunday night or whatever it was, you're golden. But when you lost that Titans game, I was in Puerto Rico. That was the week, bro. The Chiefs played on my anniversary night, and we beat them. And then the Titans, a couple of nights later on Monday Night Football, they ended up beating y'all. And when I saw that the Titans beat y'all, I said, holy shit. I looked at the schedule and I'm like, there's a fucking chance here. That was the key game. Y'all had to win that game.
Yeah, I was there at the game, and I'm with my wife, and I'm sitting next to 2 Patriots fans. Dudes literally just flew in from Massachusetts to hate watch the Dolphins. And they're sitting next to me, and they're just nonstop, bickering about, oh, this is bullshit, this is over. They left right before that 3-minute shot where the Titans came back on us 15 points and won the game.
It was crazy, man.
I thought that was pretty funny, but yeah, I mean, that was a terrible loss on our part.
Yeah, that's what catapulted it. When, bro, like 3 hours before that game was when I got the DM from the guy I'm talking about, right? Saying your season's over, it's done, blah blah blah, or some shit. No, it was after like the Denver Broncos lost or some shit. But at any rate, when y'all lost to the Titans, I looked at my wife and I'm like, sweetheart, you won't believe this. I've been telling you that the Buffalo Bills are going to lose the division. Like, it's fucking over. Like, there's a chance now. This shit might go to week 18 down in Miami. And sure enough, it happened. All because of that Titans game. I couldn't believe it, man. I'm sitting there in Puerto Rico. I can't believe y'all lost that game. And you gave us hope. And it's just crazy, man. How that whole season ended with Dorsey and then Brady taking over and Diggs being kind of removed from the playbook, and then y'all losing to the Titans, and it was just, it's one of the craziest divisional finishes I remember.
Well, you know what was interesting about that game, the Titans game? So many fans blame Tua for that. They still do. And I sat there real time and watched Fangio call the fucking stupidest play calls to let them just basically bend not break, and they broke.
Yeah.
For 3 minutes. It was just like, DeAndre Hopkins for 28 yards and this and that. I'm like, what are you doing?
Was he doing like a lot of prevent shit, like just like playing back?
Yeah, that's all
I
it was.
hate that shit, man.
It was a bunch. Yeah. He lost us that game for sure.
Yeah, sometimes these coaches overthink shit.
Yeah. And then they try the lineup of how that actually went down was like run, and then fucking try to throw and then give them back the ball. So it was like we were trying to establish the clock. We gave him the ball back twice, and it was over.
Yeah.
And then the last drive was without Connor Williams, because Connor Williams had gotten hurt again in that game. Liam Eichenberg is now at center, and this motherfucker sucks at center. And I'm just watching it, and he's dropping back and immediately getting pressure. I'm like, this ain't good. I'm looking at Heather. I'm looking at my wife like, this is not good.
Yeah.
And everybody in that, I mean, it was hard to explain. It was like, no, we won all the way till we didn't win. And then everybody was like, what the fuck just happened?
Right. Well, let me ask you, after y'all lost that game to the Titans, your prediction or what you thought could have happened if things didn't go right, it started really to, like, I mean, did you start going back to some of these other cats and saying, now what? You know, like, you thought I was crazy 3 weeks ago, but now look at this shit.
Well, they duck me, and I don't
Yeah.
chase them. But, you know, I'm literally like, well, look at this now, you know? And I got probably the least amount. It's funny, when you're right, you get like the least amount of people that are getting on your posts, you know?
Right.
Because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
ducking.
Yeah.
They don't, they knew, I'm telling you, I got fucking like death threats over this freaking one post. That's how serious people were. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, TDR was right. Now I'm just
Yeah.
going to duck. I'm
Right.
like, you're a fucking pussy, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how it went, man. And the Cowboys game, I called the Cowboys game. I'm like, I'm telling you, if you let this team who has a new offensive coordinator gain some steam from that Chiefs game, it's going to be bad. You know, and the Cowboys, they fucking played light box against you guys and let James Cook just run all over.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, between me and you, I feel like the Bills never had an easier win.
Yeah. And at that point, like, nobody thought we were going to beat the Cowboys because they were, well, they were considered one of the better teams.
Yeah,
And
they were.
yeah.
But they couldn't do a damn thing. And, you know, momentum is everything in this game. And the Bills had the momentum and they were running. They were running that ball. And why would you stop? They were so afraid of Josh Allen throwing a big play,
Yeah.
a big pass, that they were, you know, running light box the whole game.
Yeah. And that was the Joe Brady effect there, because we all know if Dorsey was still the OC, he put everything on Allen's shoulders, right? And all the defenses knew. I told people this shit 2 years ago, man. I'm like, 2 years ago, Dorsey, what was it? It was like the Rams and the Titans week 1 and 2, and we won. And then, you remember that 2 years ago? Rams, it was like opening night, Thursday night, opening the first game of the NFL season after
Did
the
you
Rams
guys?
won the Super Bowl.
That was like
Yeah.
a high scoring game on that. Like you
Yeah.
trounced them, right?
Yeah. We trounced the Titans. And then the defenses started catching up to what Dorsey was doing. And from that moment on, bro, it was a slow death all the way to the Cincinnati Bengals playoff game where we got embarrassed and those motherfuckers snow angeled us in our own stadium, right? That was all Dorsey. Now, Michael K would tell you that Dorsey's the greatest fucking offensive coordinator the world has ever seen. I don't know what his infatuation. I don't know why this guy hates Josh Allen so much, but wants to fucking sleep with King Dorsey. But it's weird and backwards. Dorsey was always shit when it came to offensive coordinator, and he never played chess properly. He never adjusted after week 2 years ago, and the defenses figured him out, and they were, they were playing chess and Dorsey played checkers.
Yeah. Yeah, because that one in 2022, we almost won in the later game. We won in the early game, but like that was just I don't know what was happening.
Yeah.
You know, the Bills probably should have won that game, but they fucked up. But then the later game, we actually played really good against y'all, and we had the opportunities, and there were dropped passes in the end zone. You know, and I remember thinking to myself, holy shit, the Bills are actually, you know, going downhill at that point. And then
Yeah.
I called it in the offseason after the Bengals and everything. I called it and I said, if the Bills don't change what they're doing schematically on offense, they're going to go downhill. And I got so much flack for that too, until the Jets game, and then it was like, of course you guys trounced us early in 2023, and I'm telling him, I'm like, look, you guys still need changes. You don't understand, like, yeah, you guys blew us out, but what was it, 45 points?
Yeah.
But, that was a new Fangio defense without Jalen Ramsey. I mean, I'm seeing missed assignments.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing, like, these guys were where they were supposed to be and they fucking just lost,
Yeah. Well, and
So,
real quick, if Mike OK is listening, still love you, bro. But yeah, the whole fucking being on Dorsey's dick was too much, and he knows I give him hell because he thought Dorsey wasn't a problem, and clearly it was. But transitioning from that, I will say this: anytime you have a new OC and teams don't know what you're about, like we took the lead, we caught them off guard, bro, with the whole like changing the philosophy, removing Diggs a little bit, running the ball more. They weren't prepared for that, so we did it at the right time, strategically, and it worked out. A couple of mishaps with y'all on y'all's end helped the situation, and we go into Miami and we win the game. But now people know your drill. So the hard part for Brady is going to be, like, Joe Brady has a tough task on his hands with this new receiving core, and now the league kind of knows your philosophy a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see how he now adjusts after week 1, 2, and 3, when defenses start catching up to his scheme.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I agree. I don't know. I mean, I think you're in a better position, but at the same time, like what I said, when at the end of the year in 2023, after that Chiefs game, there were some very close games that you all won, but it could have gone either way, and they weren't like great teams.
Right. Yeah, it's weird because like we lost to the bad teams but beat the good teams. Y'all lost to the good teams and beat the bad teams, right? It was kind of a reversal there, but I think I saw a stat from y'all, man. It was like surprising. What was it, like 1-6 against teams over 500 or something?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, we only beat the Cowboys.
Right.
It was definitely, it had to do with one going in, because we had a lot of away games playing the big teams, the better teams. And in those hostile environments, when you're trying to call motions, you can't hear anything.
Right.
So there was some of that. There was a lot of the, I think Mike McDaniel got better in 2023 at not panicking and not getting away from, what he was do. But again, we're just so injured, and we didn't have good depth. We don't have good development the way that like the Bills do. I mean, y'all lost Trey White and you got Rasul Douglas. You lost Milano, but the other sides of the linebacker core made up for it with Bernard and these guys that just come in.
Yeah, I'm excited about seeing Terrell Bernard and Milano playing together finally. That's going to be a nasty little linebacker duo, and we got speed, and that's another thing. I think if Tua is losing a little bit of weight and wants to be a little more twitchy and mobile, I do think we have the linebacker core that combats that pretty well.
Well, and your DTs, you guys are pretty deep there too.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun season, man. But listen, real quick, Greenrat, I hope you're still there. I don't know how CT is going to handle this shit, or if you got to DM him, or if he's even still awake. I have to get some sleep. We're 4 hours in, but we can't even end this. Like, see, CT, if you hear us, bro, you gotta, huh?
I said we all have to just leave, I guess.
Is that how it works? I mean, I think the show still goes even if we leave. It stays live.
It's going to be a 24-hour show. We'll pick up tomorrow, boys.
Yeah, I know, right? You still got the link, right? Save the link. You never know. I'm sure when he wakes up, he'll come in and shut her down. But I do think unless I don't know what kind of StreamYard plan they have, but if they got the cheap one, you only get a certain amount of hours. So I don't know, Greenrat, you gonna DM him and tell him that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But y'all can stay on as long as you want. I just got to take off, bro. I got to get some food.
Man,
I was working on going to sleep anyhow. It was a good show, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, I'll do CT a solid. Y'all go ahead and smash that like button. If you're over there on like Twitter or X, whatever the fuck it's called, Twitch, any of those other platforms, come over to YouTube. It is the Miami Dolphins content. Smash the like button, subscribe, help the channel out. We certainly appreciate it. And we thank y'all for joining in on the fun. This is Amicus signing off. TDR, Greenrat, you fellas have a great rest of your evening.
Do the same. All right, guys, later. Have a good one.